chuckle just based on your practices against some of the Zeta Zero guys. And I've even seen up here a decent bit. And for whatever reason, this region does enjoy using the bow on this map. It's somebody who recently got a little bit of a buff. I can see the appeal a little bit. I don't know if it's my go-to, but I'm definitely willing to let that all play out. Hot start here for Sang, though. Jay Goon running the Piper will have an opportunity here if they want to break open some walls and take advantage of that super. Aaron gonna fall there in a nice swift round for Sang.
Yeah, definitely a quick one for Sang. Rising Sun Esports having a nice time as well. Bit of a hiccup there, but we'll get back to the games shortly. It happens sometimes. Let's see how the players adapt after the changes, whatever changes they might have tried to incorporate into their strategies after that last game. It's quite interesting, knockout, but also the draft mode where you do have the same brawlers that you're playing over the course of the set, as well as the same brawlers that you're playing over the course of a single game of knockout. We'll see Ikaros on the left side, taking down Wahochi as well. Definitely a kill over there. On the right side, Aaron might meet a similar fate. There's the head to lock him off. And Ikaros powered up as well.
We are all up now, but my network is not at all good. What to do?
Very convincingly, I might add. I really felt like they were just simply playing better. I would love to see some adjustments here coming in from Rising Sun Esports. I think some good things that the side of Sang did. They tried to lay up a Piper against a Bell, which both are sharpshooters, but I will say Piper does have that faster reload speed, extra damage from a distance, and I think it can actually do quite well into both bow and into Bell. I think that's one that will provide them a little bit of an advantage. Having Colonel Ruffs going to bow, I think, is particularly wise as well. You can use those sandbags to block, whereas somebody like Bell, they might be able to a little bit and force the throwers in the middle.
Hello Manjeet, hello Vishnu, you. Hello, what's up?
Isn't necessarily my go-to here. I don't know how you.
Hello bro, Velo. Velo? भाई नेटवर्क इतना ज़्यादा अच्छा है नहीं. वेलो खेलेंगे तो रात में खेलेंगे. Will you playing Velo in our night stream? रात में आइएगा खेलेंगे. Network is not good. Stream lag कर सकती है. Okay. Nice.
Super in his back pocket, and that super, the damage from it, can be absolutely devastating and can be particularly tricky to dodge as well.
For sure, and I definitely think that's one of the appeals here. Nice shot coming in the dash away as well with the Piper jump, and Ryohi with less walls to work with. Aaron holding down the line on the right-hand side now, not a
Moderator बना दो.
The damage gear coming out, and a nice connection there from two weak brawlers and another connection here.
मेरी पेनल्टी हटी हुई है. खेल लेना. ठीक है, रात में खेलेंगे. आ जाना. Oh, nice. GG's. कितने बजे? रात में ही खेलते हैं ब्रो, तो 8 बजे के आसपास मान लो. एट 8 बजे. भाई क्या लैग हो रहा है भाई. इंटरनेट ओपी. माय इंटरनेट ओपी गाइस. लेट्स गो.
that Nana may go for to ricochet some of those projectiles to get a little bit more range. Pretty much a standstill as we speak, though. Wahoji will actually get a decent amount of damage on the DJ Goon, though. DJ Goon continues to play carefully, though. He will be able to get a homemade recipe off on Wahoji. It is going to happen. Now Ryohi's locked in to this fenced-in area. Ikeros going to dodge out a lot of the damage, and here is another hedge down to block Ryohi into that particular area of the map. This is not looking amazing for Ryohi. We will see a hedge once again. Not going to lock Ryohi in there, but it is certainly going to keep him out from mid, and Aaron's going to meet a
Nice.
Again, very even back and forth. And even though I feel like for the most part, you know, we've switched sides a little bit here and there, but the matchup's been similar. Let me get the bell onto the sandbags though, which I think is ideal for the side of Rising Sun Esports to try to get those little bounce shots off him. Window those down a little bit, but the Sprout walls have just been so nice, Reddy. I'm sure as a Sprout fan, you definitely appreciate that action. And Brawl once again to be forced back. Gotta be careful here. He's gonna be rolling out, brought down to 975. Both gonna take his time on the bottom right. DJ Goon popping the gadget too. A little bit of a risky one. Gonna be a tough connection.
भाई सुपर तो उसका ऑलरेडी चार्ज था, फिर क्यों रखा हुआ था?
These teams are trying to find some pivotal eliminations.
All right, DJ Goon on the right side is gonna have to face versus both Ryohi and Aaron. Ryohi has the super now. His super for Wahoji. If he's pretty careful on the left side, he can bait this gadget out of Nana. Significant damage dealt by Ryohi. Need to see the dodges though. Lots of damage dealt by Ikeros. It's up to DJ Goon to take down the entire team. He might be able to do it. No, he
Why?
And that is
GG's.
headed over inside of Rising Sun. Very close call. But in the end, Rising Sun is able to take it, and that is a huge
GG's.
It's going to take the point to safe zone to give him a little bit of connection.
I wouldn't put it past saying to take it to a safer. I mean, that was about as close as we get, about 800 HP away. I mean, what a crazy set. What started out as Sang just dominating early on, and then we get to game number 2. Rising Sun can turn things around a little bit. They start to get things going. They're out here, taking his little spot in the top right, respecting the
My internet, bro.
Rising Sun Esports is a fantastic roster, so seeing Sang perform as well as they did, I think says a whole lot about their skill. We're going on to dry season, and we'll be getting 3 bans from each team. See how they put those to work. We will see the double Eve ban, actually, and the Squeak ban, and the double Gene ban as well. This is probably a first. 2 brawlers banned by both teams, but of course, they're just introducing this rule in the ESC, so maybe one day we'll get to see 3 brawlers, 3 of the exact same brawlers banned by each team. For now, though, we get Sang to lead off with that bell pick, and it's up to Rising Sun to respond with a couple of picks in a row.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, this is a rarity considering how far we've made it. Last week, according to our good friend Ark, only about a couple maps really got 4 bans or less, which is kind of crazy to think about. A lot of them really were 5 to 6. So seeing both teams wanting Gene and Eve out of the way makes a lot of sense to me. Squeak off the board too makes sense for the side of Rising Sun Esports. To me, since Sang didn't ban that's probably the brawler that they wanted. I mean, they would probably have just taken it off the board if it was something they were scared Rising Sun would get. A lot of the time, it makes sense for the first pick team to not ban the best brawler in their eyes. And for them, it looks like Bell was going to be that best opportunity. I definitely think there's a lot of different directions they can go. One thing to point out, no throwers were banned, which is a little bit unusual for a map like Dry Season. That means ticks available, and this region does love their Sprout. Are there any brawlers that you're kind of looking towards here?
I mean, I'm certainly thinking about Colonel Ruffs, especially to break open some of those key walls. Another brawler that I'm thinking about in particular, which is quite interesting to bring it up this early on in the draft, is Mortis. I think that if we see some brawlers that are vulnerable to long-range attacks, I think, or rather close-range attacks, I think Piper is absolutely one of those, then Mortis could be a solid counter pick. Rising Sun Esports with pick number 6 will be thinking about that one. They are going to be picking up Byron here and Colonel Ruffs as well. They'll be able to buff someone up a lot. We'll see if Sang responds accordingly. They'll be going for the Sprout. If they go someone quite... Okay, look, this is the perfect use case for Mortis. This is absolutely primed for Mortis. Please, Rising Sun, do us all a favor and show us how it's done. But of course, they can go, yes, I did it. I say I, but also Rising Sun Esports, we had their cooperation in this pick as well. I'm very pleased, honestly. As you would say, Kenny, Christmas came early.
That's right. Thank you for asking them to do that. We appreciate them delivering on your vision. But in all seriousness, too, I'm with you. Mortis is a great pick here, going into a Bell, a Sprout, and a Piper. I'm a little shocked that Sang would draft a combination like this, knowing that Rising Sun has the final pick. I think Mortis is a great choice. Colonel Ruffs is somebody who I have...
Hello, Naz. Zeta. Yes, Zeta's match will be there after this one. Next two matches will be for the Zeta 1 and Zeta 0.
The Rising Sun Esports comp. It's not to say that the same brawlers are bad. That they are great sharpshooters here, but I do feel like they obviously have some weaknesses. Mortis can really shine here to say the least.
Ryoki is going to complete wonderfully. The big thing for Rising Sun Esports is that they, well, they did.
Looks like I came at the right moment. Yes. It's still gonna be starting.
Run in and get it. But here's the deal. Rising Sun Esports, they won't be able to play with defense, especially Mortis on their side. They're going to have to go full for as long as they can. Ryoki is going to do a lot of damage here, getting a bunch of healing from Aaron as well. You will see it.
Oh, nice Mortis play. I like it. Oh, what? What are they doing? Wait, did you say Zeta 1 and Zeta 0? Yes. Zeta 1 and Zeta 0, they both are different team. The team which is winning back to back is Zeta 0. Zeta 1 is a different team. Nice, nice. Well done, Mortis.
To be taking the first one, and I love the way Mortis played. There's a great blend of his aggressiveness. They have the Byron too, which I point out. You know, Mortis isn't necessarily the tankiest player, but as an athlete with somebody who's getting up close and personal to the enemy, it is really nice to have those skills. The dodging ability was insane. There were certainly times where the roster of Sang really looked like they were going to get him down, but I think the combination of Aaron and Ryoki played super well. Very impressive Mortis overall.
I support Zeta 0 then. Nice, go for it. And it's the first time in monthly finals then where in first stage Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0 are not fighting each other in the very first stage. So it's a great
Esports opts to back all the way up. They don't have the escape capability from Ryoki as he chains that super together. 20 seconds remain for Sang to make a Hail Mary play. Otherwise, they are knocked out of the finals.
15 seconds to go here. Wide open opportunity for our sharpshooters. Ryoki with the dash forward, but the stun kicking him back just for now. 26 HP. Can they land a connection? They do. It's 5-4, though. They need one more takedown. 4 seconds to go, and Rising Sun backing up into the bottom left-hand corner. Mortis for good measure with it.
GG's. Hello, cool. Where to collect reward? Just go to event.brawlstars.com. There onto the right side there are questions where you just click on that, who was MVP or something. Just click on that, you get the points. However, I have already got enough points, so I can't claim more points. The more points you get, there you can just click on it to claim it, and they will directly come to your in-game inbox. So just go to event.brawlstars.com. As you can see, event.brawlstars.com is the website. Just go and choose the predictions.
I think it's a good thing to mention too, right? They had a great draft, and I like how they set themselves up for success. You still got to execute too. They didn't get blindly aggressive with the Mortis. They didn't just start sprinting in, and all grand scheme of things, 7-3, 58% of team damage. They relied on their Mortis to be their aggressor. Byron playing the team heals more than anything, and Gruff's just a great defensive brawler, especially with the sandbags and things like that. So overall, very impressive. I love the way they played that. We'll be seeing them as our first candidate for the semifinals.
Yeah, love to see these guys head on later in the bracket. Aaron, Ryoki, and Wahochi, DJ Goon, Nana, and Ikeros. Looks like y'all chose Aaron to be...
Basically KBC, no KBC, but luck based. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is lagging. That is why I've written and pinned it there, because my internet speed is not very good for now. What is Reddy's favorite brawler? Sprout. If you want to get the correct answer, click Sprout to get 25 points.
Personally, I'm pretty excited about this right now. The world's been kind of wanting to see if Zeta Zero can match up against all that potential.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I think we expected to see a whole lot from these guys, but the thing is that their opponent was Zeta Division 1, and they took a lot of good players and kind of split them into two separate teams, and I think really the star for me...
So finally it's Zeta Division 0 versus JZ Juggler. Okay. Zeta Division 0 versus Juggler. Let's see who's gonna win.
Also being acquired from another roster this year. I think that once more this is a very solid roster, and they will be able to take down
Zeta OP, yes. So here's the schedule, you know. Zeta Division 0 and Zeta Division 1. They both are different team, and it's the first time till I am seeing that first time they are not against each other for now, and they will not fight even in the semi-finals if any team wins. So if they are winning every matches, they will directly confront each other onto the grand final for the first time.
Of Zeta Division 1, one of the favorites to start the season for a lot of people. But Juggler does have a little experience for a couple of them. It's the second time they're beating in monthly finals. This roster, we got Kimashi, Urusu, and Runa. But overall, they had some play for TKG last year in an August monthly final.
Hello Shubham Plays, how are you doing, bro? Welcome to the stream.
Has played the most BSC and the most say.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that they're pretty well attuned to the scene, and we've seen lots of evidence of that as well. Here we see Kamachi on the screen as well. Get familiar with these players as well, because I think that we can't see things from these guys in the coming months. It's their first time making it to the BSC, but
they changed the players. Yes, they changed the players.
That is your two teams facing versus each other in the upcoming matchup. And look, for our own predictions aside, I want to see my predictions get into their head a little bit. I want to see Juggler really give these guys a tough time, because I want to see what Zeta Division 0 is really made of. And in the past, we've seen Zeta Division 1 give them a rough time, and now I want to see Zeta Division 0 versus a different opponent, right? But also see them making their heels and...
Oh, 85% votes are for Zeta Division 0. Nice.
Just like us, 85% to 15. I think Who's going to We see the bands rolling into, we get Gene, Ims, and Max. So it seems like Zeta Division Zero had a very specific strategy they wanted out of the mix. On the other side, we get Crow, Squeak, and Eve. What do we think about this first pick?
Hello, Yuvraj Singh Sanger. How are you doing, bro? Welcome to the stream.
Because typically you would not pick this Brawl first. The reason being that her turret does leave her a little bit vulnerable to some turret picks, for instance, like Jessie or something. And I don't think Jessie would be my absolute go-to brawler here, but it's certainly a counter. The other thing is that generally, and we've seen how this operates in the past as well. We got to see a little bit of this action actually in LATAM South, where Piper is a brawler that we have not really seen much of any of in double swoosh pretty much ever, right? At least not in a winning scenario. But here's a catch. If you were able to break open some of those walls, if you're able to get that first Piper super, then the entire map just becomes your oyster. You own the entire map as Piper, and leave it to Kuru to show us how it's done. Here's the Piper counter. The Sprout coming out to throw up some walls as well and keep Juggler safe from Piper. I don't think Sprout is necessarily the go-to pick on double swoosh. Probably not one of the go-to picks.
Hello, Superfang Gaming. Yo, hello there. How are you doing, bro?
You can't just play the map. You gotta play the map versus your enemies.
Yeah, this is a very interesting draft. I'm with you. Sprout isn't necessarily a go-to on this map. I don't remember the last time I've really seen a thrower be in play here outside of when Bomb was super meta, but it seems to me that Zeta Zero clearly had a strategy in mind based on their bans. You know, Gene out of the picture, Eve out of the picture. It does pave the way a little bit for Piper. Sprout gonna have to take their time a little bit though. This is very curious to me. They're gonna take advantage of this right-hand side wall rather than the mid. Byron gonna be taking that down, but I do like the potential that Zeta Zero comps has. Amber has the long distance, can burn up the bushes. Pam being a healthy brawler with the turret can apply a lot of pressure, and of course,
Oh, nice.
Piper's just getting better and
Nice.
early. A couple brawlers falling. Kuru gonna go down here, but Zeta Zero has complete control of the mid. Amber super going out too, and they have multiple opportunity here, not just to take down walls, but also the grassy area too. There's gonna be no sneak attacks coming in here soon from Juggler.
It's quite interesting, and Choppy has also keeping Machi at bay on the left side, and this is a decisively
My network, very OP.
I think
What to do? बहुत ही खतरनाक भाई.
handed off to Kuru on the Amber, locking down a lot of the enemy's bushes as well, and as well as my bad.
पूरी क्वालिटी चली गई भाई.
Choppy.
इतना ज़्यादा नेटवर्क खराब चल रहा है.
Since I actually try and take residence on the left side as well, going for that first super for the initial wall break to start working it back.
A little bit of a change here for Juggler too. They're actually gonna play Sandy in the mid, and I don't particularly mind this. They're not really gonna be able to keep a range with somebody like Piper, but Byron does a great job on those long distance lanes. It's a strategy a lot of teams has used. Early on, they do lodge themselves with a few gyms here, but again, Zeta Division Zero, even though they haven't claimed all the gyms, they do have the positioning tin side with a nice dash away just in time there. Nice little hop skip away, and Piper now has 5 gyms. A wall coming in from the Sprout on this right-hand side. Kuru, though, just fine. Has a lot of HP to work with, and Sprout, not the fastest reload speed. It's going to be tough to take down a Pam on their own. Tin side breaking up even more of these walls to a Choppy holding down the left-hand side, and things looking good once again for Zeta Division Zero.
That, for the time being, is seriously crippling Juggler.
Oh, nice.
Into the air to end things off, and that is going to be this set.
So I'm playing.
Pam as well on the right side, and Piper. I think really though the main
Internet, bro.
we're probably
My internet is always OP. What to do?
maybe a new theory of mine, but also a new sort of strategy that you can try out in your games. If you're able to find a trio of kind of meta brawlers that work really well together in a particular map, then you can count on them not being drafted by the enemy team and get to play that comp whenever you want. I think it's quite fascinating. I wonder if we get to see a little bit more of that from Zeta Zero.
I think that's a great point. It really did feel like they had something in mind. Like I mentioned before, too, it's something do some work, but it seemed like they had something in mind. They had bans that were very targeted. They got rid of the max strategy. They got rid of Gene, who's a great brawler, into Piper. I think overall it's something that they did really well, and I think they won in the draft, but also, I mean, they showed up to play. It didn't feel like they were challenged too much by jugglers so far, but I will say, wasn't a huge fan of the juggler draft either. I think Byron, great standalone brawler, you know, can do a great job with his utility kit between healing, doing damage. But I will say, when you're pairing it with something like a Sandy and a Sprout, I mean, just overall didn't feel like a super well-meshed comp. No particular synergies that did well for me. I do like Sandy. It's a brawler this region's really comfortable with. Byron, another one too. But I think Sprout, on most situations, is a great counter into Piper, but there's already not a lot of walls to work with there. Sprout, a squishy brawler. Sneak plays aren't really his thing. I just think overall, not the best from Juggler, but they will have an opportunity, of course, to turn around here on Ring of Fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also one of the things that we can observe is from Juggler, you know, we had a lot of good pieces, but we didn't make a good puzzle. Is a way that I like to put it, because we picked a lot of good brawlers. There was clear thought put into it, some clear deep thought as well. As far as which brawlers are going to counter which other brawlers, and also anticipating some future picks. But here's the deal, Zeta Vision Zero, they went for picks that I don't think most teams would, and they absolutely ran with it. And Juggler also, I think, were caught quite off guard by this and did struggle to find their footing and find appropriate responses. But yes, we are heading on to Ring of Fire, and some of these brawlers we can see once again. I think Juggler will be all the wiser to get rid of some of those long-range brawlers. They will be getting rid of Pam, which proved to be very troublesome for them in the last game. We'll also see Zeta Vision Zero go for the Sprout ban, which I think is quite interesting. It is going to open up the possibilities of sharpshooters for them, so that's definitely a good thought. We're going to see Meg actually as a first pick, and this is one of the only maps, probably the only map, where I actually do side with the Meg first pick. I think she's pretty much a must-have brawler on this map.
And we've seen Zeta Division put this to work too. One thing I want to point out too, though, Squeak is available. Could be a good map for him. I'm a big fan of it, especially on a single hot zone map. That gadget still has a lot of values. 10 seconds for each gadget now instead of 20, but that's still 30 seconds a game. You have a lot of control. Curious to see if players will try and take advantage of this, and it is a brawler I'm a fan of too, Ready. I think Meg, this is really one of the only times I can see her being a first pick on a particular map. There's definitely some good options to deal with Meg. In the past, it's been somebody like Spike, but Spike has received a little bit of a nerf recently. They're actually going to choose Gale and Bell to try and deal with this. I think Bell's a pretty normal brawler here, and I do like my boy Gale, but how do you feel about Gale on this map in particular? I don't think this is something I've really seen.
Yeah, I don't really know about it either. I mean, if you're able to get him in the right position, if you're able to get him like up on the left lane inside of those bushes, then yeah, he can be particularly strong. I think though, after the recent nerf where he gets a little bit less duration on that stun and takes a few more snowballs to charge up his super as well, that is going to be quite a struggle. And we will actually see the Spike pick from Zeta Vision Zero. And that life plant's going to be good for blocking some of those single target projectiles, especially Gale here. Another thing is we'll see Tensai pick up the Amber, and that's going to be absolutely vital for breaking open the bushes. And I think that this is a very solid pick. In fact, it was kind of in the back of my head for Zeta Vision Zero to pick up here. Juggler are going to be going with a Fang to end things off. In this one, I understand the pick, but I don't agree with it. Because in my personal experience, Fang is so much weaker than he used to be. However, what I will say is that Zeta Vision Zero is going to be quite vulnerable to this brawler, unless, of course, a Choppy is in his mech, or Kuru does have a whole lot of attacks loaded up and ready to counter Kamachi.
Yeah, again, this is just a really interesting choice from Juggler here, a little off-brand in terms of the brawlers we typically see here. One thing I want to mention too, I do like how Zeta Division Zero did pick up the Spike, already a pretty solid brawler on this map, but in general, a great counter to go against somebody like Meg, and I think taking that off the board, already being a solid brawler, they didn't even give Juggler the opportunity to counter into Meg, which I think is awesome for them. Tensai now going to be in the mech with Romeo Meg charging down the middle here. This is something that you mentioned too. I think Fang can really struggle here. Something like Amber, Spike, Meg, they're all going to outrange him. He's going to be really careful about how he goes about this and play a really passive game early on, which could provide some nice opportunities for Zeta Division Zero to take a commanding lead like they have right now.
Oh man, and Tensai is able to pretty much shut things down. Does take a whole lot of damage along the way. He does have the shield to work with as well. And that's really the reality of things, is what matchup are you going to go for as Fang? You can go for a Choppy, and that's about up to now. And they have to vastly change up the strategy. We'll see Kamachi actually taking residence on the lane versus a Choppy. And if Juggler is also careful, they can prevent Tensai from getting that super as early as he did in the last game. It took about 20 seconds for Tensai to get that mech up, which is never a good situation if you're on the receiving end.
Yeah, I mean, Tensai in a mech form is just a terrifying thing in my eyes. A Choppy with a nice little cutting of the grass there, lawnmowering that, taking care of business there. It's going to give them an opportunity to have a little more visibility. And again, I just...
They are not even having a chance to go for. GG's.
There it is, 100% to 0. They only got more and more dominant as time progressed. The Choppy still faced as ever. This is just another game along the path to the grand finals, where they probably plan to face their, by now, bitter rivals, despite competing under the same org. Zeta Division 1 on the lower side of the bracket. Zeta Division 0 really did steal the show. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a whole lot of what Juggler was made of, as Zeta Division 0 stole the entire show.
Yeah, and I mean, Zeta Division 0 certainly living up to the hype we had for them pre-season. This is the first time they haven't played at Zeta Division 1. They've taken it in some close ones against their rivals as well, but this time they speedrun this entire match. I mean, from top to bottom, they gave up maybe a few percentage points, which is something crazy to think about. And their first set, too, was a pretty quick one as well. I mean, I think Zeta Division 0 is really trying to show it. Again, this is a great opportunity for them the entire set. Just dominating. Again, I think their drafts were better. I think they had, obviously, the mechanical skills to back that up. Now we're going to take a look at some stats here, too. And we see a little even distribution here. Everybody from Zeta Division 0 putting in a good amount of work of damage. And at the end of the day, Tensai was just kind of able to chill out. Again, not super challenged yet. I want to see them get pushed around a little bit, though. I am excited and looking forward to some of the opponents we'll see them play.
Yeah, and I mean, I think from the side of Zeta Division 0, we can break it down just a little bit more. I think Tensai, and it looks like he is going to be our MVP as well. Tensai is just completely untouchable when it comes to mid. As far as kills, yeah, that's not really important, because his job is to be the glue that holds everyone together, and we saw when it came down to getting an elimination, maybe Fang is dashing in on him, he's able to get a bulk of the damage, and then we'll see Kuru drop in for that last bit of damage to finish things off as well. Tensai, he's just untouchable at mid, and I know Kuru is the one who used to be on a team called Slimy, but Tensai, I think, is the slimiest member of this entire roster. Dude is untouchable, and I think really the only team that can bring the heat, or maybe a couple of teams. It's either Rising Sun or it's got to be Zeta Division 1. Those are two potential matchups for Zeta Division 0 that I am really crossing my fingers for.
Well, we'll just have to see in a little bit if Zeta Division 0 can speed run another one. We've got two great quarterfinals to look forward to. We're going to take a super short break. Be sure to stay with us. It's going to be a good one for the rest of the day.
Let's go. Chalo. Yeah. Finally, Zeta Division 1 versus Blood Diamond. In first two matches, Rising Sun Esports and Zeta Division 0 have already won. So they are on to the semi-finals. And now Zeta Division 1, Blood Diamonds, 3R Gaming and Oracles. These are the four teams remaining, in which two teams will qualify for the semi-finals and compete with each other.
Who I think is somebody that a lot of teams had a pretty high expectation for. Pretty good changes here, but a tough draw for the side of Blood Diamond. What are you thinking here for this quarterfinal, Trav?
Well, I think it's pretty clear who the favorite is in Zeta Division 1, but Blood Diamond, I think they're a team who have been playing very, very well, had a few tough months in terms of placements, but they're a very good team, and I believe they did throw a little roster change in there during this month as well, so it might, throw a bit of a spanner in the mix, but I do think Zeta are probably the ones who are going to come out on top.
I'm with you. I think they're definitely favorites. But if you agree with us, if you disagree with us, be sure to watch on event.brawlstars.com. Have some fun with us, make some predictions as well, and try and earn that exclusive Thorn pin. Again, if you missed past month 2, no problem. You can still make predictions and earn those past rewards. It's going to be a good one. But I'm with you. Zeta Division 1, a clear favorite. MSI contenders right now. But, a little bit of changes here and there. We've got Kenji, Shatampo, and Moyogoku. Just some elite people playing the game. Some of the best mechanically skilled players. I have high expectations for them as well. However, I do think the side of Blood Diamond has a lot of potential, right? A lot to prove. Another team with pretty high expectations for the year, as the org name does carry a little weight as well. They did have back-to-back monthly losses here against We Need Sponsors, and this time they are tasked with a much tougher opponent. If you had to put, maybe a percentage chance on it, is it a coin toss? Is it 60-40? What are you feeling here, Trav? What are the odds you think Zeta Division 1's taking this one?
I say I'm looking about 75-25, I think. I think that's probably around about the percentage that I'd give it. I think, if Blood Diamond gets some drafts right and get the bans targeted towards a few players, specifically Zeta Tampo here, it's just been absolutely walking over competition in this region. So they need to get some specific bans going down, some great drafts, and then they might stand a chance. And even with some good drafts, it's going to be a different game anyway.
Yeah, Shatampa being one of the most accredited players in this game. You can even see the ESL Mobile Trophy on the right there. Another great moment for them as well. On the other side, we've got Dempsey, Ryoyu, and Mamshi, somebody you all should be familiar with for sure. Might be the spark they need to get the job done here and be the first ones to take down that Zeta Division 1. But I'm kind of with you, right? I do think the odds should be in Zeta Division 1's favor. They've been tested a couple times for sure. They've had some reverse sweeps in their back heels, but overall, this just seems to be the top team in the region right now, and I think they have a really great chance, in personal opinion, to take home an MSI Cup too. I think they're somebody that was obviously great last year. They've got some really accredited players, obviously some of the best in the world, and we'll get to see exactly what they can do on map number 1 at home. 84% to 16%, so we're pretty close on the money, Trav. 75-25 net aren't too far off. We're gonna get Super Beach 2. Trav, what do you think about this map? Are there any strategies that kind of stick out in your mind, especially with the recent balance changes in brawlers?
I mean, there's always going to be a few extremely strong brawlers, but usually most of the time they're going to be banned out of the way. I'm probably expecting Surge, Squeak, Eve, those kind of brawlers to be banned out of the way. We are going to see Byron, Squeak, and Sandy on one side, and Barley, Ems, and Sprout on the other. So another 6-ban game coming through here, and Blood Diamond clearly not a fan of throwers here as they're getting out of the way. 2 brawlers which you wouldn't usually see banned.
I I think that's very true. Sprout's somebody I definitely as a thrower wouldn't expect to see here. The one brawler I would see coming maybe as a late pick is somebody like Barley, who I think can do really well in this map given the right matchups. However, because of these bans, it does lead to them getting Eve, which is somebody we've actually still continued to see ban a decent pick. I like this as a solid mid pick here. I think Eve is certainly still a very strong brawler, somebody who I think is still in that top 5 contention kind of area. How do you feel about Eve right now?
मेरा points तो 2395 है.
Somebody you're straying away from.
2395 है तो कर लो भाई 3000. इसको मिला के ऑलरेडी अभी 5 मैच हैं तो कर लो भाई.
Somebody I mentioned last weekend that I had my eye on. That life plant nerf was a pretty hefty one, you know? A lot of the value that Spike got was because of how much HP it had, and maybe they really wanted this brawler, somebody like Eve, Spike kinds of combinations because of the throwers we picked, but one we don't see too often. We're gonna get to see Nita here, which a long time ago in a very distant Brawl Stars universe, Nita was picked here a decent amount. It was a great lane in the past, but it isn't somebody we've definitely seen recently. What do you think the logic here is for somebody like Nita to show up?
I mean, I think it's got to be that piercing damage, right? With the live plant coming down, you got support from beyond from Tara and also the pets from Eve. You've got to have piercing damage to be able to control near of any of this map, and probably going to see it coming through here. It's going to be difficult to pop gadgets when against this this Nita, and there's the pierce damage instantly dominating Dempsey as well, taken down with a pinch from Kenji. The ball going to be passed forward, and Meshi forced to jump back as well. Ryu going to have to be playing back lines also, but Zeta did fall low, and it's going to be reset from square one again for that.
Yeah, but a really hard start for Moyogoku, really showing off the Nita skills there. Great pinching ability along with Kenji. Ryoyu gonna take on this left-hand lane now. Gonna kick out the ball a little bit and get more of a midfield matchup. Speed coming in for Kenji. Life plant going down instantly again. That nerf was a big one. Not a lot to go around for the Cactus. Kenji ball in hand as well. Dempsey taking some peek shots here and there. And now they're gonna place Moyogoku onto this situation. I do agree with you. I think the Nita one is a favorable one with that pierce damage. Additionally, having an extra bear can certainly do well into somebody like Eve, who does have a decent chunk of damage, of course, but the reload speed is slow. And not, I guess, a single shot brawler, but in a sense, really, they can only focus on one thing at a time, right? And I think Nita is something in mind here that Zeta Division 1 could certainly put to work, and I think they've done a great job of so far.
Definitely so. He does need to try and work for his bear. It's going to be extremely influential when he gets it, but getting it is the difficult part. It's outraged just by Tara, I believe, and ball control is in the hands of BD as well. So they do need to be a little bit careful here. Zeta over the left-hand side, going to be stunning up and taking down the spike. Now he does start to make his move, but Tara picks up his super instantly as soon as he starts to aggress. Now Nita did manage to get it, and Dempsey got a few shots back, trying to cycle that super as well as he can, but without the takedown, it's going to be difficult to take control of this map now, especially with the bear being placed.
That bear's certainly going to give Eve some trouble. Shatampo with a nice stun there to a jump in from Maimshi, but the Gale Nado.
Nice. Well done. Hello, Jagdish008. Hi, bro. Hello.
30 seconds.
How are you doing?
Diamond need a quick response.
As I think a bit confused as to which lane they're going to go. The map speed assisting them in getting to where they need to be. 20 seconds on the clock, closer still. Not a lot of time for Blood Diamond to make their move, and Goku should just try to peek over this wall here. He does get caught on it, which is great. Gale super available in 10 seconds on the clock. It's looking increasingly difficult for them to win by the second, and that is looking like it's going to be it for this first game. Zeta Division do clean it up and manage to...
GG's. Well played.
Yeah, I'll back and forth. I will say I do like the well-rounded combat.
My internet. What to do? क्या ही रुक रुक के चल रहा है भाई?
It's only 1.25 seconds now. Still something that's very valuable in Super Beach and Brawl Ball in general. Super mode that gave it a shine in. And honestly, Moyogoku, I think, did a pretty solid job. Like you mentioned, it is really tough to charge up that Eden Bear sometimes. Already, though, some good offense coming through here. Taking some shots. And for now, Zeta Division 1 going to have to retreat for a moment. Pass to Maimshi. Dempsey already up. More towards the side of Zeta Division 1. Shatampo forced to play a little bit of defense here after an early takedown for the side of Blood Diamond. Now a little mid-control, trying to establish themselves for both sides. Ryo is going to push forward here. Kenji in the middle. They're going to try and find a pivotal takedown. Nice phase shift there too. You know, basically a reset as Zeta Division 1 is being pushed back.
Zeta in a tough spot here now. Dempsey's still going to be trying to work for that super. I don't believe he's got anywhere near it just as of yet. With a few more shots, he might be able to get in range of it though. Tempo over this left-hand side, trying to stay alive, but this pinch is deadly. And now his team does finally come and support him. Might be taken down with a curveball, but does manage to avoid it. No pinch on Dempsey as of yet, and Kenji having to retreat once again. His pets from Ameshi just keeping them at bay for so long. And a dominant left-hand side as well from Ryu over here onto Zeta. Just can't really aggress up the map, and that's making it difficult for the rest of his team to do so as well, because this Tara is not making any moves whatsoever, staying firmly in this behind this wall, should I say.
And Ryu with a clean takedown there. Nicely done. I think this Spike matchup is actually going really well for them. Gale, a very solid brawler overall, right? But Spike does have some great damage. Curveball can be troublesome sometimes. I think overall they are giving Shitampo a little bit of trouble here. And overall, very impressed with Blood Diamond so far. I think they've definitely given the kings of the region, at least so far this year, a run for their money. It is Zeta Division 1-0 in the standings, though. Still 0-0 overall, and now Kenji with the ball in hand, going to kick over to the left-hand side, give Shitampo a little bit of speed here. A stun coming in as well. Maimshi going to fall. Shitampo.
Oh, nice. Well done.
30 seconds to go. Blood Diamond have to respond.
I think you've kind of got to question the lane swap that they did there. After such a successful spike lane the entire game, they chose to swap it, and then it completely falls apart. Stun coming in from Saitampo here.
Oh, 13 seconds.
Happening for Dempsey now. One shot left on Zeta, and he just might be able to peek this through with the shot. Managed to get the shot.
Oh, that was very close.
Pick it up and guarantee this.
Jeez.
It was a little bit of a though towards the end. I didn't know what was going on.
That was very close.
But certainly a great opportunity for Blood Diamond. They really showed their stuff there. Overall, very solid first set for them. I definitely think the draft from Zeta Division 1 was a good one too. And it did even give somebody like Shitampo a little bit of trouble in his lane. So
GG's.
I think this is going a lot better than I thought it was. Impressive from both teams, of course. Zeta Division 1 at the end of the day, getting it done as they take it to them. But gotta give credit to Blood Diamond. They definitely need to be competitive there.
So, I mean, it's tough to put this much of a fight against such a successful team like Zeta, but they're managing to do it so far. A little bit of a difficult pick against that Nita. It's really difficult to actually make anything happen on any of those lanes, so they dealt with it as well as they could. But as I said during the game, I think that lane switch that they did do was a bit disappointing on their part. They were controlling that left-hand lane so well and chose to move the spike over to the right. It doesn't make much sense to me. And also that little bit of a blunder on the last shot there, further in the corner, and a shot through might have been able to get the goal sorted. But there you go. That shows how strong Zeta Tampo is. 6 and 3 with 41% of the team damage on a Gale is quite the achievement.
Yeah, and I mean, at times, Spike was really, owning that lane from here and there. But, I mean, if you're doing 41% of your team damage and that's the most you're struggling, I think that just goes to show how strong of a player Shitampo really is. I mean, if 41% and 121 DPS is quote-unquote struggling, I think it just reflects the strength of this team. And now, an opportunity here as we approach parallel plays. I definitely expect some interesting choices here. This is one of the unique maps. We've got 2 hot zones in the mix. Again, we haven't seen much of somebody like Squeak, who I still expected to be pretty prominent here. How do you think about Squeak and Surge? I asked Reddy about this earlier, but obviously they got a little bit of a nerf this week from a change from the balance changes before. Do you think they're still prevalent? Do you expect them to show up here a decent amount today? And if so, is this one of the maps that you could see either of them appearing?
आज मैक्सिमम कितने पॉइंट्स कर सकते हैं भाई वो तो हर स्ट्रीम पे इन एवरी स्ट्रीम यू कैन गेट अप टू 1500 पॉइंट्स 1500 पॉइंट्स आप कर सकते हैं अब लेकिन ऑलरेडी 3 मैच हो चुके हैं 4 मैच बचे हैं तो अभी भी आपके पास चांस है कि आप 600 पॉइंट्स और अर्न कर सकते हो इस स्ट्रीम से नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम पे आपको फिर मौका मिलेगा क्योंकि एक और स्ट्रीम भी है एक और मतलब रीजन की लेटम की बची हुई है तो अगर आपको बचे हुए पॉइंट्स चाहिए हैं तो आपको वहां से मिल जाएंगे
Somebody that this team really loves using. I think can be utilized in combination. Say they want to go super.
आपको चाहिए कितने points? How many points you need?
options here. I think a strong start here. In return, they're going to take another brawler that this region really likes. A lot of mechanically skilled players here, and it's definitely one I don't blame them for taking off the board. Because in Zeta Division 1 seconds, it could provide a lethal opportunity for Zeta Division 1 to keep capitalizing on their goal.
Yeah, I will say that the missing back is Sprout that you can't see over this left-hand side from Zeta Division, so don't be expecting any of that through this drafting process. I do like the Stu and the Byron so far. Byron's a very versatile pick, and it's a great first pick as well because you've got defensive measures against Nero.
600 points चाहिए हाँ तो अभी भी है आपके पास चांस ब्रो आप कर सकते हो 600 points
Picks I wouldn't say on this map, but it is an extremely viable one nonetheless. The range it does provide, and also if they do choose to take a roughs, they're going to have to take that.
नहीं तो नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में आके बचे हुए पॉइंट्स कर लेना क्या ही है
It's yours instead of actually.
लेकिन नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में लेकिन फिर कर ही लेना पूरे पॉइंट्स नहीं तो फिर अगले महीने ही आपके पॉइंट्स बढ़ पाएंगे नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम जो रहेगी वो लास्ट स्ट्रीम रहेगी पूरे मंथली फाइनल्स की
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting choice.
हेलो रेयरेस्ट वॉइस हाउ आर यू डूइंग ब्रो
Very safe overall brawl. I feel like not necessarily the best in any category, but really good in a lot of really diverse kit between the gadget and the damage amplifier, so much to work with. Lola, one that I don't see here on this map in particular all the time, but something that's really been shining in the meta lately, especially in hot zone maps. This is more recent for me to see her.
You choose to take that, it's going to bounce off Lola's ego, and also you're going to have the piercing damage through the ego and the sandbags from Dempsey as well now, so it cut down a lot of their routes that they'd be able to win this game with. I feel like they're going to be heavily relying on Kenji's ability to heal up his teammates, and also do some really good damage at range. And the splash is going to be massively influential in this game as well, because they're going to have a very difficult time with a few of these matchups.
Rocket range, just because Stu, you're going to get a lot of value out of it in the past. It's been a great way to kind of address that. Somebody who doesn't have a very quick reload speed, more of those single shot kind of calibers, can only focus one brawler at a time. I think it'll be really interesting to see what they end up doing here as Moya Goku really establishing himself. Ryu going down as well. Kenji going to be getting powered up, or at least close to it. Mamshi, though, handling the situation pretty well. Sandbags going down. Going to protect Kenji for now. Mamshi doing his best, but Chitampo here to help out as well, and they just keep cycling these takedowns. Zeta Division 1 with a hot start, despite it.
And try break the walls on their zone to try and excel at the range advantage they do have over a few of these brawlers. Ego going to be thrown forward. Going to throw down the gadget as well to ensure that it doesn't go down just yet, and it's going to assist in taking the speed zone out as well. Splash comes down and it is massive from Moya Goku, taking out both of these opposing players on the zone. Takes the Bell Mine at a very good time as well, allowing him to heal up and not be slowed when he does have to re-engage the opponents.
And again, even though they are down by, a few percentage points, now they're finally starting to touch down on their left-hand side. That's the easier zone typically to hold since it's their home base. Amber now trying to play some defense on the Moya Goku. A nice super connecting there too. Dempsey teaming that one. Bell left off. Nice damage amplifier connection.
Nice.
They've established even more of a lead as they are over 50% of the way done with this top right-hand side.
Amber Royal's going to miss, and Moya Goku still.
Nice.
Now though, he's going to take it from the zone and guarantee his entire top zone. We're measuring a little bit defeated in this middle of the map here, as only the defensive zone remains for Zeta Division 1. And winning this game will take them to match point.
GG's. Woohoo.
By Blood Diamond, complete domination from Zeta Division, and what else can we expect from them?
I mean, they are the reigning champions of this region for a reason. And even despite some of these, not the best matchups, I think the side of Blood Diamond actually did a really good job at drafting. I really liked what they had. Gave themselves some favorable matchups, but the draft isn't everything, right? You still have to execute. Looks like they're going to be changing up things a little bit here. Stu on this left-hand side, just pressing forward immediately. Mamshi now on the left-hand side here, trying to deal with Chitampo and Kenji, who's now helping out. Sandbags going down, but Dempsey's able to shred right through them. Now a little bit more pressure too. Kenji does get the takedown on the Mamshi. Lola throwing out the ego here. Nice connections to Dempsey, and for now going to force.
Oh, nice.
The takedown here, and Ryoyu going down on this right-hand side too. Can't establish any connection yet, but now Moya Goku finally getting it done. They are already establishing some more early control of their top right-hand zone.
Was a wonderful start from Blood Diamond, but it's kind of flipped right on its head here, as now Zeta are going to be the ones taking the offensive zone. Quick cleanup from C.
हेलो गणपत आपके पॉइंट्स दिखाओ मेरे पॉइंट्स तो भाई ऑलरेडी 3000 उसके आगे जाते नहीं है तो ये रहे 3000 आउट ऑफ 3000। इसके आगे मैं जा नहीं सकता हूँ, लॉक लगा हुआ है, नहीं तो मैं चला जाता।
The point where they're not going to be able to come back as 25% of this offensive zone has been completed and it just keeps on going on.
Was keeping it competitive for our first set, but right now it is the same Division 1 show. Dempsey gonna fall once again too. Mamshi on the right hand side.
Oh, nice.
Combo decide to clean that up. A little over a 20% lead, but they are very, very close to establishing this much more difficult top right-hand side. Map control just all in Zeta Division 1's favor, as Blood Diamond's pretty much been spawn trapped at this point. Finally, a little bit of action here on the right.
Oh, he's very low. He's very low.
Shredded once again, though. Rio.
Nice.
Can Dempsey gonna fall? Mamshi throwing up the new sprays. Not looking good here for Zeta Division, or excuse me, for Blood Diamond, as Zeta Division 1 is going to cap off their home zone. Another speedrun looking kind of matchup here for
GG's. Both of the Zeta division qualified from the first stage.
Closer than it was. It said 75-25 without the ball. To be honest, like 99. Especially in those also areas. They put up an extremely good fight in the first initial set. They were very good. Had a bit of a difficult draft in the first one. Last one did kind of throw a bit of an unusual aspect in there and mess up a little bit of synergy. But in the second one, I felt like they had an extremely capable draft of winning, and it just went terribly for them. No winning of like certain matchups and stuff like that they should be winning. And I mean, Zeta won, clearly just the superior team in terms of skill and synergy, and that is what Brawl Stars is when it comes.
Wow, what a shot that was!
I think this is a really great example that the draft is important, but certainly not everything. Again, you still have to go out in the field and win the game. And even though Zeta Division 1 didn't have the most favorable matchups at all times, they still really made it work. I think this is a great demonstration right here. Shitapo, super aggressive in this top right-hand side. Two brawlers in the mid, really pushing Blood Diamond back. They're all in their spawn, just trying to escape. And that's really what it felt like, especially in game number 2 there. Of course, the new sprays coming out. Zeta Division 1 with a few spins to celebrate. Really convincing one there. They are looking at very poised to do some Zeta Division 1 things and make another grand finals. Now taking a look at some of our stats here, and you can just see in the kills. Only 3 kills for Blood Diamond. That is a tough sight to see, Trav.
I'm not sure whether to praise Ryu or just question how little damage his team actually did. 1 kill and 50% of the actual team damage. Meshi with 0 takedowns and Dempsey with 2. And then, as you said, the opposing side just kills galore over there, 8, 10, and 12. You can't complain about a single player on that team.
Hello Abhishek, what's up? Hello Daman.
They all deserve
Sai Tempo OP, yes. Tempo OP.
Take a look and see what everyone at home thought. Looks like they're going to be rolling with Shitapo here. Some nice stats there. 234 DPS and a nice...
So 25,
Live on the broadcast.
50, 2050 points OP, nice. Well done.
Gaming, formerly known as Winter, taking
सबसे सिंपल तरीका पॉइंट्स करने का भाई देखो, ये सेसा एंड्स वाले रीजन में फ्री विद एजेंट्स को चूज करो, और अगर ये वाले रीजन में हमेशा जेटा डिवीजन चूज करो, आपके वैसे ही 1000 पॉइंट्स के ऊपर हो ही जाएंगे बहुत इजीली, एंड यू विल गेट द पिन्स एंड अदर रिवॉर्ड्स वेरी इजीली. अगर आप ये 2 टीम चूज करते हो, 2 स्ट्रीम देखते हो, आराम से तुम्हारे 1000 प्लस हो जाएंगे.
well in previous months, formerly known as Winter, as you did mention, and if they can carry on this solid performance, consistent semi-finals, they're in a very good position to get to Worlds, as they're placed second in the region at the moment, which can't
ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? ये मंथली फाइनल्स चल रहा है ब्रो, जिसमें अगर आप सही प्रेडिक्शन करते हो तो आपको रिवॉर्ड मिलते हैं, जैसे कि एक्सक्लूसिव पिंस. ये सब रिवॉर्ड्स आप जीत सकते हैं, जैसे देख सकते हो एक्सक्लूसिव पिंस हैं, छोटे छोटे रिवॉर्ड्स हैं, और इस मंथ तक पहुंचने पर आपको ये वाली पिन मिल जाती है. तो ये सब रिवॉर्ड्स हैं.
early on really helps control the narrative of your region. We're going to see on the other side of Oracle, we've got Mira, Freddy, and Datsu. This is a team with a little less experience, and obviously
और मजे की बात यह है कि अगर आप ये पहले से देखते आ रहे हैं और आपको टीम्स पता है, तो वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स अगर होता है तो उसमें आपको और ज़्यादा बेनिफिट होगा, क्योंकि वहाँ पे आपको एक्सक्लूसिव स्किन मिलती है अनलॉक करने के लिए. जैसे पिछले बार की कैट बर्गर जैसी स्किन थी, जो कि वर्ल्ड फाइनल से एक्सक्लूसिव स्किन है,
this season,
जिसकी एक्चुअल प्राइस अभी फिलहाल 149 जेम्स है,
coin toss kind of feel.
और सभी को फ्री में मिली थी जो जो वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स देखे थे और करेक्ट प्रेडिक्शन करे थे.
I'm thinking it's maybe more dominant than myself. last time.
How to join it? Just go to event.brawlstars.com. वहाँ पे आपको प्रेडिक्शन देना है अपना और सिंपल आपको मिल जाएगा. ये रही वेबसाइट event.brawlstars.com. सिर्फ इतना ही टाइप करना है, बाकी अपने आप आ जाएगा. event.brawlstars.com पर जाओ और वहाँ पे जाके अपना प्रेडिक्शंस दो. अभी भी 4 मैच बाकी हैं तो कम से कम इजीली 600 पॉइंट्स अर्न किए जा सकते हैं. So, जाओ और कर दो प्रेडिक्शन अगर आपको रिवॉर्ड्स चाहिए हैं तो. अदरवाइज कोई बात ही नहीं, मजे करो, देखो.
I do think there's potential here. I don't know. It's hard to say. Oracle's just an unknown. I think it's really difficult to say if they're going to do really well. I would love to be surprised by them, but again, I'm kind of with you. I think 3R has the best chance here.
I'm hoping for a surprise. Everything's gone as planned so far, and as much as I love getting predictions right, as much as I love getting pins and winning those rewards on the event site, I do love an upset. An underdog story at the end of the day is always going to get me going and start looking.
Thank you, no problem.
As much as I always have.
जाओ रिवॉर्ड्स लो चाहिए.
An underdog story, but the likelihood's just not really there in my eyes.
Yeah, I think that's completely understandable, and we'll get a better picture here in just a moment when we kick off this match and hop into our draft here soon. First map, though, going to be Crystal Arcade. In general, Ims in the past has been somebody that's been picked here a lot. This region really likes Sandy. I think Spike was one of the most well-picked brawlers, too, but that's somebody I'm kind of not expecting to see as much, just given where he's at. But again, we've kind of seen him a few times here today. I don't know how to feel about Spike right now, Trav. What about you?
Yeah, I'm really not too sure. Sometimes it's succeeded, sometimes it's failed, and it's just difficult to kind of get a grasp of how good he is at the moment. The life plant did take a heavy hit, and that's kind of what was giving him the edge in the meta, but curveball's always going to be a star power that people are going to be near enough get a guaranteed hit, you know, every now and again, keeping your opponents low. So that's always going to be a mechanic. If it's in the game, it's going to be extremely ruthless, and it's probably why he's still clinging on there, hanging on the last thread. I am just taking a look at this prediction, and I'm just blown away by it.
I mean, maybe the people at home know something that I don't. I respect it, though. Gotta call the upsets sometimes, but maybe the new name change threw some people off. Who knows? But 3R Gaming and Oracle are going to be hopping into their first draft here. Super excited to see this get underway. On Crystal Arcade, I feel like there's a lot of different combinations to get the job done. Like I mentioned, we've got the area control brawlers that show up a lot here, like Ims and Sandy. No ban for Ims, though. We do see Sandy twice, and a Gale and Crow on the left-hand side of your screen. On the other side, the difference makers being Squeak and Colonel Ruffs. I think there's some great opportunity here for some good brawlers. I think max combinations can show up here, but first overall going to be Ims, and I think that's a very solid and safe pick for a first one.
I'd have to agree with that. I think there's a lot of brawlers who have been left open that are very strong. You're looking towards the Byron, 8-bits in mid and stuff like that. I would like to see a bit of a Nita return once again if this is what the region's kind of turning to. Spike also going to be a very good pick against Ems. If you get control of this map very early on, it's difficult to actually lose it. And it's kind of across the board, no matter what brawlers you have. It's usually the initial early game that is the decider in this one. Freddy's going to take the Byron, as I did mention, great brawler. Heal up your sides, win the mid quite convincingly as well, so it's a great brawler to have as a first pick.
I think there's a lot of different directions they can go with Byron too. Very solid overall brawler, and just in general can work in a lot of different combinations. We've seen it time and time again, and honestly I could even see them pairing it with an 8-bit if they really wanted to. I think the 8-bit and Byron synergy can be pretty solid. You know, you have two longer sharpshooting brawlers, but it's something, a thing of the past we've definitely seen. Instead though, they're gonna go with Stu. I think Stu's a pretty solid pick. Again, it's one this region's pretty comfortable with overall, but given a good Stu, man, they can really shred. I think it's a solid pick overall for a lane option. If they're really rude about it, they can be aggressive, kind of pick and play for some of these gyms last moment. I think overall pretty good start for Oracle too. Again, there are a lot of brawlers.
The newly introduced jumping over the wall feature is going to be hugely beneficial over both of these sides. So it's quite surprising not to see it picked, but then again, it is quite difficult to actually grasp that side off the start. You've got no kind of spray damage, no real like kind of spray round the wall advantage and stuff like that. So it's difficult. Also, if you bring in something like a Tara, the gadgets are always going to do very, very solid against you. So it's going to be difficult to win the lane off the start. I'm really liking what 3R have brought to the table here. Max in the mid is going to be able to provide such good speed to both Tara and Ems. But Ash, I feel like that's also a good addition to that. But he's going to be relying heavily on Byron keeping him in the mix.
100%. I kind of like both these drafts. You know, if 3R Gaming told me before, this could be an old Beta kind of format. They've got a long, tried and true combo. We got Ems, Max, Tara, all brawlers that definitely synergize really well together. Long time gym grab combination for sure. But Byron Ash is a menace, man. I think it can definitely work if they take advantage of it. Ash, not always the easiest thing to play. You got to pick your spots very carefully or else you'll get shredded. But I think a good Byron Ash combo could really work here. As now we see him charging in against the Tara early establishment there. Minmi now forced to back away. However, Batman does a good job on the left-hand side. 3R Gaming at least gets one lane. It's a little bit of a back and forth here. And now Ash in complete control of this right-hand side. And that's where things can really get scary, especially for a tanky, aggressive brawler paired with a healer.
You can see what Yotam was going for, though, off the start, trying to force Datsu into this close-range engagement where he can get a lot of that supercharge. He might lose the early fights, but now he's got his super. It's going to be a lot easier to be able to clean this side up. And with Batman absolutely destroying this left-hand side, it's very much a mirror. You know, we've got a bit of symmetry down the middle here of those two sides dominating. But Yotam just having a really tough time at the moment. Getting pinched in, the gadget does miss him, though, but it heals up Datsu a little bit along the way. And regardless of having this 50-50 symmetry down the middle, Memmi's come out on top with 6 gems.
Yeah, despite the super great aggression and just Ash kind of owning this right-hand side, it is still in favor of 3R Gaming here, now claiming a 7th. Mira doing a good job too, some nice connections overall. Tara pull coming through though. Mira barely staying alive though. 78 HP is just enough. The pushback from Batman as well. Datsu doing his best to move forward here. This is where things are going to start to get scary for the side of 3R Gaming. Is Datsu going to continue to get aggressive here? Freddy now in the mix too. All the gyms being spilled out. They still have 6 on their side. However, Oracle has now established themselves with some mid control.
Freddy trying to push down onto Batman once again. Datsu coming through once more and taking down this side. Batman picks up his super and takes down the left-hand side though. That pet was just scouting out where the Ash was, so had to be taken down. Speed is played and 9 gems in hand now. Tara pulls there, but he's just getting absolutely melted. 2-shot as soon as he comes up, and just no chance of being able to actually contest this side. Memmi goes for the gem, picks it up early, so there's no chance of a reset from mid. At least I don't think. Datsu's going to have to aggress. Speed available, but Yotam this time actually has a bit of a lead against him in this early matchup here, as it actually is going to get tapped up and taken down now, though, and this could
3, 2, 1,
he's just
and finish.
stay out of the way and guarantee this first game after quite a long battle for those gems.
Definitely a huge contention for game number 1. Really impressed with both. I think both sides have clearly shown that they have advantages. They have opportunities and win conditions. I think Ash on some rage with some heals from Byron was certainly a big factor there. But honestly, kudos to Minmi. You know, really had to stay up there.
हेलो टाइल, अब आप जब मंथली बैलेंस स्ट्रीम करते हो तब ही आपका नेट स्लो क्यों होता है? वो तो भाई मेरे बीएसएनएल वाले बता सकते हैं, मैं कैसे बता सकता हूँ? उनका वायर कट जाता है। वो नहीं चाहते कि मैं स्ट्रीम करूं। क्या ही कर सकते हैं बताओ? इंटरनेट कंपनी खरीद ले। इलॉन मस्क को बोलना पड़ेगा भाई 200-300 करोड़ उधार दे दो भाई। सिर्फ ज्यादा नहीं, 200-300 करोड़ ही चाहिए। हेलो SH4WRSA।
Try and come back from Freddy. I don't know if he's trying to go down just an error, but Mira's not going to allow that. Maybe just aggressing once more, trying to keep them low, stop this push. Pull comes in from Yotam finally. It does connect for, I believe, the first time it actually gets some solid damage down. So should be quite near to recycle that once more, but they do need to take control because they might have control now, but the lead is still in Oracle's favor.
Yeah, and right after I was giving them a lot of credit for not dumping those gyms, that's exactly what ends up happening. But they have done a great job reclaiming this middle area. Now a 7th gym going to 3R Gaming. They've once again taken a lead. Nice Tara pull there too, but the heals coming in for Datsu. And now a super going down as well. Minmi forced away, dealing with the spawners that are chasing him. And does have some speed available if they need it. Ideally, they want to use it with all 3 brawlers. 8th gym now for the side of 3R Gaming. And what a close one we've got in our hands once again, Trav.
Mirror and Freddy can't be complaining. They did just give a little exchange of the gems, which I'm sure the Stew's going to be very happy about. Start aggressing once again, but Yotan cannot clear up this right-hand side. The gem lead is there, and the timer starts. 15 seconds now, and no chance for a reset from mid. Yotan has his pull, but if they can get this reset off, they're going to be there, and the reset happens. Yotan pulls in and actually gets the takedown for the first time, and now they start to walk over them. Batman can just go for the gems here, take this lead, and there's just not much of an Oracle comeback anymore.
Yeah, another really competitive one here, but at the end of the day, Mimi with the little speed should be just enough. Definitely was impressed from what I saw from Oracle, though they made it very competitive. One little mistake there, dumping the gems, but at the end of the day, 3R Gaming getting it done there. There's the player cam. Not a lot of emotion, pretty focused up. Gotta respect it there. But overall, very impressed from both sides. I think the drafts definitely were two very different strategies that at moments worked for both sides.
I do think it was an even draft, 50-50. The Byron Ash combo is just so dominant over that right-hand side for near all of the game. Tara, which is usually a brawler who would be that game-changing super, just could not get a look in. Every time that he tried to use it on Ash, a pop of the gadget and a Byron splash came down. It's just so difficult for him to do much, and you can see here just how well that Ash was doing, but it just didn't pay off. Real tough matchup for Stu throughout this game. If he loses that side against an Ems, it's going to be hard to get back, and if he takes the side against the Tara, then his teammate's going to be having a more difficult time as well.
Yeah, that's a fair observation too. And again, Ash on that Rage did provide a lot of good matchups, but sometimes just having some nice Tara pulls, some in supers, the nice pushback as well. They definitely had gadgets and supers that could deal with that a little bit better. Max, of course, going to be a great brawler for utility too, for a quick getaway or some nice.
मेरे पास टेस्ला कार भी है. एलन मस्क ने मुझे 100 करोड़ दिया है रियल में. आई एम रिच नाउ. एक काम करो, उसका सिर्फ 1% हमको दे दो. 100 करोड़ का 1% जा रही है तो 0.1% दे दो, लेकिन दे दो. हम तुमको कुछ नहीं कहेंगे. टाइल.
Wins the set, and in this one it's going to be whoever scores the most goals. So, I mean, Sneak Field's coming up next. We've got the draft starting now. Bans should come in momentarily. But honestly, I'm absolutely in love with this map at the moment, especially with the 6 bans. It brings out an amazing meta that you don't really see too often. You're going to see the Crow, Rosa, and Ems, three very, very strong picks on this map from the side of 3R. And then Oracle are going to be getting Gale, Squeak, and Sandy out of the way. So another 6-ban game.
I agree. This is one that's really fun with 6 bans and a first pick Spike. That is a little bit surprising to me just because of the recent nerf, but definitely a solid brawler on this map. Not too many complaints, but there are certainly some really good brawlers that you could first pick here.
मुझे ट्राई करता हूँ पैसा देने का. Okay.
It's just not too often I see Spike first pick specifically. Again, solid brawler. I think with the nerf, it does make it a little more questionable for me, and especially as a first pick, not necessarily my go-to, but I mean, I suppose it's a solid brawler here. I would love to see how Oracle responds.
It's going to be a difficult response to make, and it's going to be Jean. That is not something you see every day. I'm actually quite excited to see if they do pair it with a Vision gear, as it's easy to hit shots, and you're going to be wanting to scout that bush quite heavily throughout the majority of the game. So this is the kind of moment that they probably would use it if it's going to be used at all, as it's not one of the stronger ones. But I'm not really sure what they should pair with this either. A lot of the ones who you usually would pair with a Jean, as in the Sandy is banned out of the way, and something like a Rosa with good damage. It's going to be a Tara, that Jean-Tara combo. Try get some supers onto Mira. But I mean, I just don't know about that pairing on this map, really.
Yeah, not the most common one. I don't think I've seen Jean here in a little bit, but I think the visibility gear might be a good shout. I haven't heard raving reviews necessarily from pro players. I don't know how much it's truly being used right now, but especially on a map like Sneaky Fields with a lot of bushes, could be a good option. You know, they also had an opportunity to go for something like a wall break composition, which can also kind of get that same effect, but maybe Jean's a more comfortable brawler. I do think Batman snagging Max here actually could be a pretty solid choice, given that it pairs really well with Oracle. Again, Max and Spike, not necessarily a synergy that's well known in the game, but I definitely don't blame them for necessarily taking it off the board for Oracle here. I definitely think it could have been a nice addition for them, and they would have a really nice, well-rounded comp that historically has done quite well in Brawl Stars.
I think it's kind of difficult to decide what they're actually going to pick up next. These comps are not something you see every day. I mean, Max and Spike are a lot more common nowadays than what Datsu and Mira have taken. A Frank. Frank is going to be what is taken. You've got a brawler who can basically negate both of these supers that are going to be coming through, both the Tara pull and the Gene pull halfway through, and massive amounts of damage coming through. I would imagine maybe he will use the different gadget and just try to take some surprise shots with like 3,500 damage coming out, because that can be absolutely ruthless. But what do you take against this now? I'm very intrigued to see what's actually going to be, coming inside as well, and stays alive in the mix there too. Yotan trying to push aggressively. They do get the takedown, but ball cornered nicely. A little pass through. Mira is going to try and... Oh, that's a great...
Oh, nice.
Puts the ball in as well, and no matter what you bring against this Frank, it's going to be very, very difficult to manage to defend it.
Yeah, just so much HP, and then on a speed gear too on top of that can be really tough. Nice popping of the gadget there. That's basically going to negate the pull. Now Batman going to be Yotan going to go down here. Now all three brawlers from the side of Oracle are left standing. Two supers on their side as well. Mira does have a wall break opportunity, plus the wall break that could happen with a Gene pull through one of these nice boxes. A lot of good opportunities here. Oracle not getting too overly aggressive, though. They're going to take their time. Mira trying to find an opportunity here. Datsu does have a super as well. Freddy with 1-2. And at the end of the day, they're going to go for the pull, but negated by the gadget. Yotan not even chancing it. Going to remain up in this middle area and continue to be pesky against the Oracle roster.
Great super by Tara, getting him out of the mix now. It's going to be difficult to defend this. Primo's going to jump.
Oh, nice. बहुत लैग कर रहा है. कुछ करो भाई, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? ये पता है, ये जो स्ट्रीम इतनी भी चल रही है वो मेरे मोबाइल नेटवर्क की वजह से चल रही है. मैं मोबाइल में हॉटस्पॉट चालू करके रखा हूँ, तब जाके इतनी चल पा रही है, नहीं तो वो भी ना चले. क्या ही कर सकते हैं उसमें.
A little skeptical of the format change too, but when I see games like this, matches like this, it's so refreshing to see so many brawlers get played that aren't necessarily cream of the crop, top 5 or anything brawlers, but they certainly have their place. They can certainly get some value in 3R Gaming, and Oracle really displaying that here is Freddy on the left-hand side, taking a lot of heat right now. A dash forward with the phase shift from Menmi, really establishing control. A nice takedown. There will be an opportunity for a goal. They got to be careful, though. Not quite going to be able to get it done as Primo steps in as the goalie, but 3R Gaming now with some speed coming through too. Yotan does have a super 2, pops the gadget as well. That's going to open up the walls a little bit more, and just the amount of
Nice.
is immense. It's going to lead to a goal. 3R Gaming 1 goal away from moving on to our next round.
I mean, he's just not learning. You pull the Frank and it gets stopped by the gadget. Just pull someone different, please. Spike's not even using life plan either, so you can just pull him directly. Looking like this one might be over before it even gets started. Yotan is trying to push around this round side. Still got a gadget in hand as well. And Tara super now just completely misses. He doesn't even have to use a gadget for that one. Primo's going to throw the Frank directly onto his teammates and get some assistance, but Batman and Menmi still stay alive. Spike going to throw the super down, and can't forget it is popping pincushion as well, which I do like against this Primo. He comes into a close proximity and you're going to absolutely melt him.
Yeah, and they're not...
आपका पोल मिस हो गया. कौन सा पोल भाई? मेरे तो ऑलरेडी 3000 पॉइंट्स हो गए ना, मेरे को तो कोई मतलब नहीं है पोल हो ना हो. Oh, nice.
A nice slide goal there leads to a 3R Gaming win, and a very unique comp gets the job done. Very good set overall. As you can see our player cams here, nice little celebration. I'm sure a smile under that mask. Anytime you get a win with Frank in the BSC, it's gotta feel good.
Definitely so. I mean, you can't complain, can you really? Especially against the Primos. Well, you pick a Frank, which is something that you don't see too often. I'm not even sure if I've seen it this year in BSC, just because Draft puts out the mix completely. Bring in 6 bans, and it bounces straight back in. Against the Primo as well, I just don't know if Mira's supers were necessarily that on point. You can't use your gadget there just because the Spike is going to be able to tank it. Not much to do, and the team play from 3RG was just so good, to be honest. They needed to tank, those suplexes when they did, and they did exactly just that. Supers come down, shots through. I mean, goals like that, you don't find them every day.
be on watch for somebody like Frank on maps like this. You know, a lot of the tanks that get credit here are ones like Ashe and Rosa, but they actually elected to go with Frank. Ashe could have been available if I remember correctly. I don't think he was banned. Rosa was. Now we get to see our stats here.
हमारा कैसे होगा अगर आप पोल चूज नहीं करोगे? अभी कितने पॉइंट्स है भाई तुम लोग के?
Great showing from them, but at the end of the day, this is about how we.
क्या ही पोल आया? अभी कुछ तो नहीं आया. MVP वाला तो MVP कोई भी चूज कर लो भाई, क्या ही चलता है वो. MVP में क्या है? कोई भी चूज करो MVP.
Maybe it's just the complete lack of knowledge of knowing that they were winter and the second seed in the region. Because even if you don't know Brawl Stars competitive, look at the leaderboards. They're second in the region. You've got to put them over a team like Oracle. Who...
और टीम्स में भाई Zeta डिवीजन चूज करते जाओ बस, पहुंच जाओगे, मिल जाएगा 100 तो. भाई मेरा तो ये भी सही है लेकिन पॉइंट्स नहीं मिलने वाले मुझे. ये भी सही था, इसके ऊपर वाला भी सही है. ये पॉइंट्स तो मुझे मिलने नहीं वाले. ये ऑलरेडी 3000 हो रखे हैं.
Zero, despite their struggles so far this year, they've definitely bounced back so far. Right now, they are determined to bring themselves back in the standings and play the way they know they can. We'll see if they've got it in them in just a little bit. Stay tuned.
The supremacy of Zeta Division is made known to all.
I don't see how they can be stopped.
Oh my word, Zeta are all over this, Teddy!
Oh, that's gonna be it! And there you have it, Zeta Division! Ah, your Brawl Stars World Champions!
Tensai です。ゼータディビジョン0でキャプテンをしています。
Tensai! Oh, he just stays alive and he scoops up the final gem that's required.
愛媛県出身で、5歳から高校3年生までサッカーをしていました。サッカーは兄の影響で始めて、ポジションは、フォワード、ミッドフィルダーをやってました。ゲームは、小学校低学年ぐらいの時に初めて DS を触って、そこからハマるようになってって、だんだんプレイステーション、あとパソコンのゲームをやったりして、もう小5ぐらいの時から夜更かしするようになって、のめり込んでいって、だんだん競技の方に興味を持っていって、今に至るって感じです。
アチョピです。自分は佐賀県出身で、小学生から中学生まで野球をやっていて、小さな頃からゲームをすることが本当に大好きで、高校生の頃に友達とこのゲームを一緒にすることになって始めたのがきっかけです。競い合うっていうか、その負けたくないっていう気持ちがやっぱり大切なのかなと思います。
クルです。兵庫県出身で、今は神奈川県にいて、兵庫県と神奈川県は、兵庫県は田舎の方なので、こっちの神奈川県に来てから人の多さにびっくりしてます。野球は7年間やっていて、でポジションは内野を主にやっていて、今のゲームと野球の共通するのは、
हेलो अभिषेक प्रो इंडिया से नहीं जाते. हाँ, अरे 2 टीम ऑलरेडी है भाई इंडिया की. ये रीजन ही दूसरा है. आपको अगर इंडिया की टीम देखना है तो सेसा एंड्स वाला जो रीजन है उसमें देखा करो. साउथ ईस्ट साउथ एशिया एंड ANZ ऑस्ट्रेलिया न्यूजीलैंड वाले जो एरिया है, उस वाले रीजन में आपको मिल जाएंगी इंडियन टीम्स. 2 टीमें जो खेलती हैं इंडिया की तरफ से. तो अगर आपको सपोर्ट करना है इंडिया की टीम्स को, तो सेसाइंस के रीजन में आपको इंडिया की टीम्स मिलेंगी.
Teams remain here at the March monthly finals of the Brawl Stars
ジュピターに所属して、その年のマンスリーを勝ち抜いて世界大会に出場して、世界大会は僕は出場できなかったんですが、ベスト8で終わってしまって、去年その当時強かったメンバーが集まって、その東アジアでもう圧倒的に勝ち続けて、
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship here for East Asia.
そして去年の2021年、新しくチームメンバーを迎え入れて、
2021年はゼータディビジョンとして世界大会優勝することができました。
The final push coming in. A shot here to show that Teddy one. And then they're gonna do it. Oh, that's gonna be it. And there you have it. Zeta Division are your world champions.
去年の世界大会優勝してから、そのメンバーを2チームに分かれて、でアチャピとそのまま2年目一緒になって、で新しく、強かったクルさんを迎え入れて、ゼータディビジョン0が出来上がりました。
It's a new year, and once again, it's all to play for. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship 2022 monthly finals, our first for the East Asia region.
3月のマンスリーファイナルで優勝していて、今一番ポイントが高いライバルチームです。
Tampo gets it done in Zeta Division 1 and make it happen.
トーナメントがランダムに組まれるので、2ヶ月連続初戦でゼータディビジョン1と戦うことになっています。
先月ゼータディビジョン1と当たって、今月当たるっていうのは 2% の確率らしいです。やっぱり運命だと思います。
先月は惜しくも負けてしまったんですが、今月こそはリベンジを果たしたいと思います。勝てる自信は 100% あります。
ゼータディビジョンに所属していて、去年一緒に世界大会優勝したメンバーも所属しています。
ゼータディビジョン1は自分たちにとって一番のライバルのチームだと思っています。やっぱり去年は同じチームメイトだったメンバーもいて、少し戦いづらいところもありますが、今年は新しいチームで勝っていきたいと思います。
やっぱり他のチームも強いとこばっかりなので、勝っても油断せずに頑張りたいです。
先月の試合はとても接戦で、どっちが勝ってもおかしくない試合だったと思います。小さなミスが重なったりして、あと一歩のところで負けてしまいました。本日スクリームして練習を重ねてきたので、相手の研究もして準備はバッチリです。
Let's go is right. Welcome to the BSC. It's East Asia edition. Let's move on to game number 2. One of the most dominant teams in the region versus themselves. It's Zeta Division 1 versus Zeta Division 0. Zeta Division playing around with the enemy. In goes Crow. Was it too much?
Tensai with the early taking of the star, but goes down immediately.
Kill for a Choppy shortens the lead to 3 stars.
They're going to need to make a desperate action here in a moment if they're not careful.
1ラウンド目は賞金稼ぎの流れ星で、まずクルさんは基本的にサポートのキャラを使っています。バイロンとかで回復入れたり、遠距離の攻撃で味方を後ろから援護するというのがメインです。アチャピは、サポート寄りなんですけど、中距離キャラとか、サイドで粘るような立ち回りがメインだと思います。
天才さんは自分から前に出て相手の陣形を崩す役割が一番得意だと思います。
流れ的にはこっちのチームが勝ちそうだったんですけど、ミスが多くて相手ミス少なくてこっちがミス多くて、惜しくも負けてしまったって感じでした。
22 on the clock now, and Choppy falling down. That's a big deal as Zeta Division 1 is able to punish and take it in the final moments. Moving over into the Brawl Ball arena, Shitapo opens the door, passes up to Kenny G, who that, and a third. Game 1 in the pocket, and Zeta Division 1 one game away from moving on to the semifinals.
2試合目はもう相手の戦い方が上手くて、
Zeta Division 1 have the numbers. Kenji invisible, a good little dodge there is now the face might not be enough. They're going to pass the ball through, and Shitampo with a nice goal there. Great work from Zeta Division 1 as a team to push forward.
Put your pins in the chat, baby. And there it is.
I mean, Zeta Division 1 just looked like the better team today.
戦い方がうまかったなっていうのが一番大きいなと思います。やっぱ一番は悔しいっていうことですね。その目標にしていたミッドシーズンにもう手が届かなくなってしまったんで、前半戦はもうその目標がなくなってしまったので、ちょっと悲しいなって感じです。
やっぱ自分も悔しいっていう気持ちが一番ですね。ミスをちょこちょこしてしまったっていうのがちょっと悔いが残っています。
Now Choppy finds themselves out of position. Double digits for ZD1.
自分も2ヶ月連続で負けてしまって、悔しい気持ちでいっぱいです。
やっぱり大会でミスを減らすってことが一番大事かなって思います。それと相手の戦い方を研究したり、もっと自分たちの長所を生かした戦い方とかをもっと練習できたらなって思います。
自分は次当たったら自分の戦い方はちょっと消極的すぎるなってちょっと思ってるので、もうちょっと次はガツガツいきたいなと思ってます。
自分はミスが一番目立ってしまったので、練習でそのミスをなくせるように頑張りたいです。
やっぱ次勝つためには自分たちの新しい戦い方とか、そういう新しい何かに挑戦しないといけないなと思ってます。
やっぱり他のチームよりも練習量を増やして、その後半に勝てるように頑張りたいです。
今はまだ前半戦で獲得できるポイントが少ないんですけど、6月からのマンスリーファイナルではポイントが2倍になるので、そこでしっかり勝っていけたらなと思ってます。
東アジアの地域が一番強くて、その理由はやっぱ去年世界一にもなってるチームもいたり、そのチームといい勝負ができたりするチームが東アジアにいっぱいいるので。
日本は他の負けず嫌いだと思うので、めちゃくちゃその他のチームに負けないようにひたすら練習をしてるっていうのが大きいと思います。
多分他のどのチームよりもその練習をしてきたかなっていう自負があって、で現地のその世界大会出場するチームとのスクリームでも、めちゃくちゃ勝率良かったりで、もう各地域の戦い方も研究したりして、しっかり準備できたことが優勝の要因になったんじゃないかなと思います。やっぱりどのチームもどの選手もめちゃくちゃ練習してて、やっぱ簡単には勝てないっていうのが一番なので、やっぱ勝てるまで諦めずにずっとやり続けるっていうことが大事かなと思います。
ライバルの人たちはこれからもっと一生懸命必死に練習してもっと強くなるので待っててください。
ファンの人にはかなり応援してもらって、でも結果が残せずに2ヶ月連続で負けてしまっているので、これからはもう絶対に負けないので応援よろしくお願いします。
Welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through. That's gonna be it.
No way this one. And that is that. What an insane moment.
तो पानी की बोतल लेके आता हूँ, तब तक रुको, सब्र करो.
Fans to East Asia for our semifinals. I'm ready, set. That's still Trav, and we got some awesome semifinals coming up for you. Trav, you had the pleasure of actually being there for that second half, the last couple of quarterfinals. What are your expectations for the semifinals? We got some crazy matchups coming up, starting with Rising Sun versus Zeta Division 0.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think considering how convincing all of the quarterfinals are, we might see some.
But good on you guys for getting your safe predictions. For me, I just kind of go for a little bit of a competitive edge here, go out on a limb to get a leg up on, you guys, because it is a friendly competition after all. But for those of you at home who are not just competing for a friendly competition, who want to get some actual prizes out of your correct predictions, make sure you go on to event.brawlstars.com to get some awesome in-game prizes. But of course, without further ado, we got to prepare for Rising Sun Esports versus Zeta Division 0. And look, these are two teams that I had a lot of expectations for coming in today, and it is no surprise to me at all that they're facing off against each other in the semifinals. But of course, I think really the more slated outcome is that we see Zeta Division 0 versus Zeta Division 1 in the grand finals. Rising Sun Esports can absolutely disrupt that. Is there anything in particular, Trev, that you've seen from these two teams, any particular players that stick out to you that could seriously shake things up for this matchup?
I mean, I think you know how consistent all of the players on Zeta Division 1 were. I mean, Zeta Division 0, I'm not sure which one's actually in this matchup. I've completely lost my mind here, but whichever Zeta Division we're watching right now, all the players were just very, very solid in the first one. Just complete composure, and we saw it, especially in the hot zone in their first game. It was 2%. The opposing team managed to get an entire set of hot zone. They got 2% on the zone. Yeah. It just shows how composed and how mechanically skilled and how good their synergy is. And it's all round one of the most perfect teams in the world.
400 चाहिए हो जाएंगे वो तो अभी तो वैसे भी 3 मैच हैं 150 पॉइंट तो वैसे ही फ्री है 150 पॉइंट्स फॉर चूजिंग MVP किसी को भी चूज करो 150 पॉइंट तो मिलने ही मिलने हैं
Remarkably convincing what these guys had to offer. And in the past, when we've seen Zeta Division 0 versus Zeta Division 1, it's been a little bit more back and forth, right? So maybe we expected, okay, yeah, maybe Zeta Division 0 drops a game here and there, and oh man, okay, now those bears look actually pretty life-size if you position them like that. So kudos to a Choppy on framing things like that. But of course, the expression on his face, he's not laughing at his own joke like I would. He's all business, even though the setting says otherwise. So then we have Zeta Division 0, Rising Sun Esports, definitely sizing each other up as we are slated to get into our very first set. As far as brawlers that we could see ban in our upcoming set, Trav, we saw some similar themes throughout the entire of the last couple of quarterfinals as well. A little bit of discussion of Surge. Do you think we'll see any Surge anymore, or maybe Squeak will slip through the cracks perhaps?
I hope we see Surge, honestly. I loved, as short-lived as his, space in the meta was, apparently, considering it's not even being banned or picked anymore. I just loved every second of it, to be honest with you. I absolutely love the Brawl. It's just such a different dynamic in the meta, having that there. Look at the predictions, though. I mean, they clearly agree with what we've kind of gone for. 87% going to be in favor of Zeta Division 0 there. So they're going with the favorites. Honestly, I'm hoping for an underdog story. I'd like to see something different come out of this side of the bracket. Julian Beatles being the first map that we're going to see Byron, Squeak, and Ruff's ban from Rising Sun, and Crow, Byron, and B. So we got a 5-ban game here, and the only common factor is the Byron, which is extremely strong here, so I can't really blame him.
And we do have that Eve first pick from Zeta Division 0. Keep in mind that Eve was a very, very highly banned brawler throughout those qualifiers to get to this stage, so it's totally understandable that we see that as a first pick. It's up to Rising Sun Esports to pick a couple brawlers in a row to respond to this. Thing is, Trev, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but there's not really a response to Eve. You just got to deal with her. She doesn't really have any hard counters. Maybe you can soft counter her a little bit, but in the end, yeah, even Stu here, I think, is going to suffer versus her a little bit, especially with those minions that are going to be soaking up his damage.
Yeah, no, I think so too. It just doesn't really have a massive counter, to be honest with you. It's just really difficult to get a solid all-round just one brawler counter.
No one has banned Sprout. Sprout Lilo, Sprout Lilo, Sprout Lilo.
Just aggress it and get rid of it. And this is what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for some bow action on a game that I've been casting. We did see it in Bell's Rock, and I believe it did actually pay off towards the end of the games. But I really like it at the moment. The improved projectile speed has really been doing it some solid good.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of that too. I mean, as soon as the change came into the game, I won't lie, I didn't read the patch notes, but I noticed his projectile going a lot faster, and when I played Bo myself, I noticed I was able to hit those shots a lot more easily, especially if you change up the way that you're strafing while you are shooting his attack. You can get a larger spread, you can get a bit of a tighter spread for a little bit more concentrated damage. Interesting. from Zeta Division Zero, the Poco pick, because Poco's been considered pretty off meta, maybe even bottom of the barrel for quite a while now, but I think Dueling Beetles is pretty much the one exception. If you run the aggro Poco, if you're running Screeching Solo and you're able to use those walls to your advantage, then it's a much different story. So if Rising Sun Esports are able to effectively wall break and also effectively able to keep Poco out of range, then we'll probably be able to deal with this. And there's the Barley as well, which tells me that Rising Sun Esports are going to be very selective about which walls they break open. This is going to be an interesting dynamic. I think there are a lot of things thrown at us here, a lot of things that we didn't quite expect. We're just going to have to wait till we get on the battlefield to figure them out, Trav.
Yeah, I do really like the Barley actually here. It's going to be solid if they can actually manage to get control. It's going to be very difficult for any of Zeta Division's brawlers to actually push out on this map. However, all eyes on the bow for me. I'm really intrigued to see what it can bring and if it can actually put up a good counter to this Eve. I like the positioning of this turret as well.
Is having survivability about Trav. Wahochi is starting to find his footing, his positioning at mid. We will see Aaron go down and he'll have to back up, but we'll see how well he is able to zone all of Zeta Division Zero out of the point. He's going to be using that last call, backing Tensai out for the time being, and maintaining the lead that Rising Sun Esports has accrued so far. I'm curious to see how things will sort of develop now that Wahochi does not have any more healing herbal tonics. Will that allow Zeta Division Zero to simply close this one out as they have taken the lead back from Rising Sun?
Yeah, Aaron is this aggressive presence that Wahochi needs to be able to get into a good position and get forwards, put some pressure on, some good shots through. And that's exactly what they're going to be doing now. He starts to aggress and Wahochi does follow him suit. Kuro over the left-hand side. Getting a few shots onto Ryohei, but that last one not connecting. Going to have the mark onto Wahochi as well now. Those pets do eventually start to come down. Mine's in the mid and the Chape jumps directly off it. That is a great play to make. Wahochi falls down to the Eve pet, and now everything's falling apart for Rising Sun here. Solid game throughout, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to clear onto the end of it.
Ooh, and the spins are coming out already. Hopefully not a premature celebration. Zeta Division Zero are taking a bunch of damage, especially a Choppy, as he has to get out of range of the Barley Super. Here come the mines from Ryohei, though. Good kill by Ryohei. It is going to be too little too late.
GG's.
We saw some good kills there. We saw very interesting gameplay throughout. It just started to devolve at the end. I think especially with Tensai getting some more aggressive positioning with Poco. And that is just the reality of the aggro Poco. It seems kind of counterintuitive, but I think it's probably one of the most fun things to play in the game, and it can be very effective, pretty much specifically on Dueling Beetles. We'll see if Rising Sun Esports are all the wiser to keep Tensai out of mid and connect some of those shots. Looks like they're already going to be able to do that. And your favorite brawler on this map, Bo, is going to be making some significant plays on the right side versus a Choppy. Getting a little bit more ground from Rising Sun. Wahochi also makes some big plays. Is almost going to be a team kill. In fact, Wahochi is going to try and get that finishing blow. Aaron also helping out along the way. Rising Sun Esports are looking poised for a victory in this game if they're just able to maintain their current positioning.
This is the kind of control they needed with this Barley. Slot him in behind this wall, throw some herbal tonics down and get the heals off. Bow mines are there as well, and luckily not in a position that's going to destroy too many walls. Jump through from a Chape, trying to push forward, tried to slot onto the wall to try and avoid a few shots, but doesn't work out as he planned. Tuning Fork going to be popped, and Tensai and Kuro going to try and maintain the zone and wait for their teammate to come and assist once more. I believe that's actually Screeching Solo that gets some damage in. Tuning Fork going to be popped, and Ryohei is going to be marked up as well. Eve is so far in their spawn. Tensai chooses not even to go back for it.
Unbelievable how quickly Zeta Division Zero were actually able to bring this back. And look at all the nest eggs set up as well. Ryohei is going to trip one or the other. If anyone wants to get onto that point, they're going to have to go over the nest egg, take a little bit of damage, and also make themselves a free kill for Kuru. Wahochi is trying to do his best to keep things back, but with...
Oh, nice.
All much more difficult. Aaron taking a bunch of damage, does manage to dodge out the mark, but it's really just additional damage from Kuru. Would have been the finishing blow. Zeta Division Zero are looking to close this out right now.
Oh, nice. GG's. Woohoo.
And I think, honestly, this is going to be Rising Sun because they were able to versus Zeta Division.
Ace into contention there, to be honest. I think when you're taking the comps into account, though, I do feel like maybe even Rising Sun did actually have the edge there in a few of those moments. When they get control, which they did have at certain points in the game, they needed to keep a little bit of over misjudged aggression is really not the right thing to make. It's a time like that where you need to be very careful, you need to take control, and against a team like Zeta who will punish you, you've got to
And I totally agree. I think that, like, the Bell and the Poco, I think that actually Rising Sun Esports had picks. When you compare it to those couple of brawlers, here's the thing, though. I think they were thrown off a lot by the Eve. And Eve, when she's properly positioned, can prove to be pretty much this one-man army, and hand it especially to Kuhn to get that job done 50% and look, the hatchlings are extremely effective as well. I mean, just for gaining yourself a little bit of positioning, keeping your opponents back by preventing them from being able to damage you, because they got to get rid of the hatchlings that would latch onto them and deal a bunch of damage as well. It is a frustrating brawler to deal with. I don't anticipate that Rising Sun is going to let this one slip through the cracks in future sets, which is definitely going to prove to be an advantage for Zeta Division 0. We're going to be moving into some hot 3 bans per team and then 3 picks per team as well. Anything that sticks out to you on the hot potato in particular, any areas of the map, Trav, that could prove to be a win condition if you lock it down?
I mean, I think the lanes are so beneficial. Once you get control of this mid grass as well, it's very, very strong position. I love a Lola just thrown in mid here. You've got the ability to tank with the Ego and the Gadget, and you also can just pile such good damage output as well. Barley, Ruffs, and Colette banned from Rising Sun, and M's, Ruffs, and Barley banned from Zeta Division. So let's spans this time, and Max to kick things off is not something you see every day on Hot Potato.
Yeah, this is interesting, especially when Colonel Ruffs is not part of the equation. And, of course, the double bans from both teams, I think, is just quite interesting. And, yeah, the Colette definitely sticks out as well. Colette could be useful if you pair it up with a Byron, but something tells me that Rising Sun Esports is trying to prepare themselves to...
कर्नल उसको इतनी इज्जत दी जाती भाई हमारे उसमें जब खेलते तो उसको बोलते हैं अरे कर्नल रुक्स लेके आया भाग यहाँ से
It's quite remarkable. BB, I think, has been falling behind in the meta for a while, but she is pretty much part of this trio of brawlers that were really good at base racing back in the day. I mean, probably like 6 months ago, so not that long ago. Edgar would be a good brawler to pair up with her back at that time. I don't know about Edgar now. I'm sure there's some other good base race brawlers that could be brought in here, especially Daryl, who isn't banned out. In fact, Wahochi is going to take it for himself. Rising Sun Esports are going to have to think of something to pair up with the Daryl, and also something that doesn't get countered too hard by the 6 pick, which is available to Zeta Division 0.
Yeah, it's tough to pick against this. You've got the Crow to slow down as the max speed has popped, and the Daryl's going to be so useful if you get breakaway damage. I will say, Coop the Ace did actually play BB last week in SCSA region, and I'll let you in on a little secret, it didn't pay off too well for him. So I'm not too hopeful about the Zeta Division pick unless they can really make it work with some individual skill that Kuro is going to be bringing forward. But Surge is going to be the last pick, and I've been waiting for this all day, I'll be honest with you. I love Surge, love the position that it was in prior to the Gadget being nerfed, but still, I think it can be decent, and you don't need the long range to be able to thrive through the lanes of this map.
Yeah, and see, that's the kind of position that I love to see Surge thrive in. Used to be when he had that teleport, he was able to counter out throwers really well. And I think in this situation, he is going to outrange most of the enemy brawlers, so that will definitely be a good advantage for him. Another thing to consider is that if he's wise about using his other star power, Serve Ice Cold, if he decides to use that, then I think that this could be an interesting combo. I wonder, though, I mean, Surge has undergone so many changes that I don't think it's totally out of the question. We'll just have to see how it ends up being executed. Definitely a high-speed comp from the side of Rising Sun. Zeta Division 0, we'll see if they can benefit a whole lot from the slowing that is available to Achapi. First of all, Aaron on the right side going to be making his way up. Also, Tensai already getting that healing. Ryohi is forced to back up, and Crew gets to set up on this safe. Wahochi is not going to be a huge threat. Crew is going to try and get a little bit of damage on him. Wahochi, though, shows us why Surge is going to be quite good versus these tanks, as he is able to jump forward a little bit with his super now. as that change has happened for Surge. And honestly, I'm totally feeling it actually for Surge for dealing with these tanks. He's not really a tanky brawler, but he should be able to deal with them quite effectively. Zeta Division 0 has already taken a lot of damage on their safe, if that is any evidence at all.
Tensai is going to clean up the defense, and a coordinated attack from a Chapi and Kuru would have been quite nice there, but he's going to go for the solo jump on the safe, can't get it off, and that would have been a lot of damage if Rising Sun didn't manage to deal with that, but they did, and now they can start to go on the aggressive themselves. They are at about a 12% deficit, not too much to complain about when you have that Daryl in your composition. Kuru's going to stay alive though, and that is going to be ruthless. Aaron needs to use his roll on that, which he does, and gets the takedown as well. Tensai going for a big swing here, misses the ball, and Achape can't quite get the shots off, allowing Aaron to heal up. But Bull should be able to deal with this quite swiftly.
Okay, Kuru's all raged up on the left side. Gonna heal up a little bit as well. On the right side, Achape jumps in and manages to get the kill on Wahochi. Kuru is just trying to stall out Ryohi and Aaron on the left side. Ryohi is not biting, though. He's not falling for the bait. He's gonna heal up enough so that he can defend when Kuru inevitably jumps in. Here's the jump from Wahochi. Doesn't get the stun, though. That could be big. A vertical super from Wahochi as well is not going to stun out BB, but he didn't want to risk it. He needed to get that level 4 in order to get a ton of damage on the safe. In fact, it's more valuable for him to start attacking enemies next to the safe than it is for him to straight up go for the safe. We'll see the base race in from Kuru. Is he going to be able to get enough damage?
Oh, GG's.
Have left Kuru on their safe to grab that victory.
मेरा पेमेंट नहीं जा रहा है, क्या करूं, कैसे पैसे दूं आपको? गूगल पे, गुगलू प्ले, गुगलू. Well played, Zeta Division.
They're probably going to be cleaned up on the offense if 3 brawlers do choose to stay and defend it anyway. So they've just got to let him go, try to do the damage in a 3v2.
Right, so.
Try to soak up as much damage as he can. Here's the thing. It's not going to be very effective. It's not going to be a good use of the gadget if you can't get it on more than one enemy at a time. Wahochi is able to get this kill. Probably follow up with Kuru is going to stay alive as well. Wahochi is... He has a super in. He has him locked down, but a good kill as well from Kuru himself. Wahochi is able to defend this safe, and is Zeta Division 0 is a little bit behind on the damage front. Big damage from Wahochi onto the safe, and they're going to find themselves in the same position once again. They got to decide whether they want to defend or whether they want to allow that base race and fully commit. Kuru is going to be getting a lot of damage. Ryohi can also farm up his next super.
Oh boy, 26 कर दिया.
The save percentage is still more or less neck and neck, just like last game.
BB Bubble connects, and Wahochi gets knocked back as well. Can't quite get his jump off, which is not going to be the best position. Achabe's going to jump forward, and Daryl's going to be leaving it too, and this is going to...
Oh, GG's.
Second set. One more remaining for them to move on to the finals, and I believe this is the furthest they've actually been in the monthly final, which is quite surprising looking at their names.
It is quite shocking because look, these are some names that some of us became familiar with by watching literally the World Finals. So these are World Finals class players who have not made it past the quarterfinals because, look, they're facing versus other World Finals class players. And yeah, I think that's just luck of the draw at that point. Zeta Division 0, though, showed that they got the skills to pay the bills. They got the skills to make it to the grand finals if, of course, they're not facing versus their fellow Zeta Division members. And look, I'll also hand it to Rising Sun Esports. This was quite close at numerous points. Throughout the entire match, it's been that way. In set number 1, set number 2, we get to reflect on a little bit as well. And Trav, I mean, look, I was a bit critical of Rising Sun for allowing the base raise, but after what you said and reflecting a little bit, I do agree. I think that committing on the 3-man was probably their best bet at winning. And look, they came within 6% of destroying the enemy safe. So it's not really that bad of a loss, though it is still a loss. And in fact, it's been all L's for them. In parallel, though, it's been all W's for Zeta Division 0 so far. Let let a choppy teach you how it's done as well on Crow, shutting down a lot of that speed from the push. One that we were not super optimistic about at first, thinking of how that middle lane is pretty narrow, so he wouldn't be able to get a whole lot of enemies with it. Even without wall break, he was still quite effective, and I don't know. Let a choppy show you how it's done.
Yeah, I will say, Rise has sort of been looking very good. It's tough to stand up to a world champion team, should I say, with two of the members being world champions and perform as well as they are. The scorelines aren't reflecting how close these games are, and it's just not really giving them much of a momentum boost moving forward. You're going to be very disappointed after losing games like they are, just so close. And Shooting Star, I can't see it being much different. The drafts haven't been heavily in Zeta's favor, and they're still managing to win them. So that kind of just shows how strong of a team they are, and I'm not liking Rising Sun's chances going on to this next one.
Yeah, the chances are not looking amazing, but if anything, right, if Rising Sun does have the better draft so far, can we expand that into saying that, yeah, that they'll probably get the better draft in Shooting Star? I think that this map is very heavily invested in the draft, especially if you're able to get brawlers like Nanny, brawlers like Piper, things like that. Sure, there are going to be counters to it, but you have 3 bans on your side for either side, and you get to go through that draft phase and think of the
होगा थोड़ी देर के लिए शायद मेरा इंटरनेट आ गया वापस से तो मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ
I think this is a must-have brawler, and if you can't have it, then you must ban it. If you have second pick, I would definitely be going for the Nanny ban here.
I can agree with that. I will say this is an extremely mechanical map. A lot of long-range brawlers come in if the bans align with it, which is looking like they might not do, to be honest. And I mean, I agree with you.
I guess नहीं हुआ हो गया
to pick it up, and I'm not sure how it slipped through. We've seen Max, Leon, and Gene. Despite an Eve, I'm not sure how many actually managed to get through those bans.
Yeah, I guess Zeta just I really don't want to face Piper or Sprout. Sprout, I think, is a little bit more specific. I don't know. I feel like also objectively, Tick is the better thrower here. Rising Sun Esports are going to have to think carefully about what kind of thrower they're going to pick, or whether they're just going to try and get tons and tons of wall break to deal with this. I think Brock could be decent for wall break, but he would suffer on the range front, which is not what Rising to grab the blue star. But with the Byron in play, I think Zeta Vision Zero probably will get that blue star and have an early lead, and there's a bow as well. This one, I think, is much different from our previous drafts, Trav. It is looking a lot more even and a lot more tilted in Zeta Vision Zero's favor than we have previously seen.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think Ryzen sort of got a great comp here, to be honest. You see, if they just get that middle wall out of the way, Tick is going to be out in the open. Yeah. Bo's got less range than both Brock, Bell, and Nanny. In my eyes, it's pretty much all up to Byron to keep his teammates alive. Otherwise, they're going to be very on the back foot just because of the lack of range. Like, Tick might have good range, but with no walls, I'm not sure how he's going to stand up.
Yeah, you know, and I totally agree there too. I think if Ryohi is able to consistently get his super, then that's going to prove to be a very difficult for Choppy to deal with. We will see Tensai punish the aggression from Wahochi, which is actually quite surprising considering that Wahochi is, well, at a massive range advantage versus Tensai. Tensai does have a little bit more health to work with as well. We see a Choppy is keeping Aaron at bay. Also Kuru multitasking here, dealing some serious damage to Aaron. And a Choppy can also keep playing for control. Ryohi isn't able to get that kill onto Byron with a connection on the Nanny super, which is quite unfortunate. That's a difficult super to work for, especially when you're facing versus Kuru on the Byron. Similar range.
Paradoxic game bro, पोल नहीं आया. कौन सा पोल भाई? अभी तो मैच चल ही रहा है, इससे बाद पोल आएगा.
Rising Sun Esports bag. Here's the deal. Zeta Vision Zero doesn't really need to push Rising Sun Esports into their spawn. They don't need to play offensively, but sometimes the best defense is a good offense. We will see a Choppy go down though. Zeta Vision Zero still offering at an advantage, but not as much so as earlier.
Ryohi's just not making the connections he needs to be making. We need to see more peeps rolling out, because that's going to be what really turns the game on its head. You get some damage down with a peep, or you get a takedown, and the game's going to be turned on its head. Now they need to start aggressing. Last 30 seconds, they are still at a deficit, and this is where their comp will struggle. You don't want to be pushing into brawlers who have less range than you. You want them to be coming to you. And with a nice little gadget from Curry, should keep Ryohei low for a decent amount of time. Aaron coming over the right-hand side with his wall break, trying to just pressure this Tick into a spot that he doesn't want to be. Aggressing now, but he is pretty much on his own as Tensai gets some great shots off onto a Hochi. Now Aaron does get the takedown, and it's turned in a 4-3. Curry is too low to aggress. The splash comes down, but they aren't going to be able to turn this back in time, and Aaron manages the takedown, manages the comeback, and Rising Sun take the first game of this entire game.
Well, congratulations to Rising Sun. If anything, this is the beginning of the reverse sweep, perhaps? Am I calling it a bit early? Yeah, really early. No, and I'm not calling it either. I think that, look, this is Rising Sun's last chance. In fact, every set from here on out is going to be their potential last set. Zeta Division Zero has won a couple in a row. Rising Sun Esports are definitely looking on the come up, and another thing that I want to point out is, once again, Zeta Division Zero. I think that, look, the bow, he's just a little bit lacking on the range, and we saw an early kill actually by Tensai in the last game, and I think a lot of that can be owed to his insane abilities to juke and dodge. And I think really the main counter from Rising Sun Esports to this is going to be pinching, right? You can't dodge if there's nowhere to dodge to, so if you effectively pinch your enemy, then that is going to be the way to deal with them dodging and juking. Tensai is taking a little bit of damage, but he is getting good support from Kuru as well, kind of shifting up which lane he's going on. Initially tried going on the Nanny lane, didn't prove to work too well. Here's the peep as well. Going to look to make contact onto someone. Kuru is going to feel the force, and Ryohei is not able to finish off that kill as Byron is just out of range. Zeta Division Zero remains in the lead with a minute left on the clock.
He just took too long in that peep phase, needed to get out of it, get a quick connection and help out his teammates, pinch them down and relieve the pressure that was being put onto them. Kuru getting tapped up quite heavily. Ryohei is also falling low in the mid. Damage gear activated though, so some good connections would go quite a long way in that period of time, but can't quite make them. Bow mines in the mid. He does have the star power that's going to blow them up on command, so they do need to be quite careful of that when trying to push through in these closing seconds. Aaron is just being kept back by this constant spray of tick down the right-hand side now. Ryohei trying to move up, but yet again, Kuru's just shutting every possibility of them making a move down. Does get hit by the peep though, and that opens up a world of possibilities, but still, after Ryohei gets hit once more and just completely shuts off this push.
Nice.
Just like that, Zeta Division Zero is able to bring back the momentum. Goes Aaron as well.
Jeez.
Now, looking at the match point, Zeta Division Zero, they might have swept up until this point. They might have swept their quarterfinals as well. But Rising Sun Esports is no usual enemy. I mean, look, we're looking at second place finalists in East Asia in a previous month, and after Rocky last month, they are showing that they're ready to step up the challenge once more. It is just their misfortune that the challenge is, in fact, Zeta Division Zero. Thing is, though, that they've shown promising stuff in game number 1. Game number 2, a bit of a different story. We'll see if they're able to more effectively pinch Tensai this time, and in fact, they are. Wahochi's able to back him into that corner and take advantage of that positioning to generate a kill. Choppy is still going to be holding the back line, or the front line, if you will.
Oh, bhai, 420 health.
Is going to continue to push Rising Sun Esports back, even in the presence of Tensai. In a way, the control from Tick and the enabling Tensai to push forward and get some.
ये भी बहुत लो है, मार दे. आलू टिक्की मार दे.
Damage off of this peep, but he just isn't quite able to do it. He might be able to get the kill on Tensai. Tensai is down once more. Kill nonetheless. Rising Sun Esports on the clock once again are in the lead by 3 stars.
Yep, just to take down either Wahochi or Aaron will turn it back in their favor, though that's how strong that blue star is off the start. They are pinned heavily in spawn as well. Now some shots start to come down by Chape. Can't juke to the left as the bow mines are there for Ryohei, but not able to get a takedown just yet. Tickhead is available.
बहुत लो है, मार दो.
Keep it in his hands for now. Wait for that opportune moment.
भाई तीनों ही लो हैं.
They are very, very low.
आलू टिक्की अपने टिक्की फेंक दे. Nice.
Takedowns there in the tournament as well. Zeta Division might be to the finals in these last 15 seconds.
Oh no, that spin might be a little bit earlier. Tensai's gonna tank it. Wahochi needs to get the shot, but he misses all 3. Unfortunate. That might have been the game-saving.
Oh, GG's. And they goes to the final.
Zeta Division Zero know that they have to keep on playing this game, but along the way they pick up yet another kill. And Rising Sun
GG's. अब आएगा पोल जो भी पोल के बारे में पूछ रहे थे. Now the poll will come.
head on to the grand finals. And you can see from the expression from a Choppy, look, this is just a normal day. And in a way, what a awesome moment here on the ESC podcast. Leave it to East Asia to bring us together, whether it's Bruce and Bruce. Great stuff, though. Thanks to Choppy for that wholesome moment. And see you in the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely so. See you in the grand finals, because that is a very, very commendable performance they've just put out there. Straight sweep, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1. Some definite resistance towards the late portion of this game, and specifically in Shooting Star. The earlier sets did not reflect, the scoreline did not reflect.
Is that, look, we saw considerable support on the lanes as well. I think Kuru was a big one for me in that last game, but in a way it was all centered around enabling Tensai in that pursuit of kills on the front lines, dodging as he could. And look, if you spent the entire game just watching Tensai, you'd see some of the most amazing jukes and dodges, and that's going to be something tough.
Hello Anjali, Brawl Stars. Are you Indian? Yes, definitely.
Take a look at the bracket and see how things have shaped up. I can guarantee you we are pretty familiar with the outcome of the first semi-final. Zeta Division Zero take the...
I hope it's going to be Zeta Division versus Zeta Division once again.
First time in East Asia for this year. Now it's on Zeta Division 1 versus 3R Gaming. And I think the favorite is on this year's draft. It's 3R Gaming marketing. It's Zeta Division 1. This is a fan favorite right here. Though, I mean, let's not sell these guys short. This is formerly Winter, and also they have the second most points in the region. So maybe it's a little bit harder to pick a favorite than we initially thought.
How much scrap does it take to make a level 3 gear? 700. 680, okay. If you want 25 points, click on 680. 680 पर क्लिक करें अगर आपको सही आंसर चाहिए तो. Thank you so much.
Site Tampo and Moya Goku from the side of Zeta Division. I think Site Tampo is...
Oh भाई 94% vote for Zeta Division 1 भाई साहब अलग ही हद है भाई.
But also his great Mortis plays, which I hope to see a little bit of in the upcoming set, as rare as that may be. Of course, that Zeta Division 1 will come together. I love them over the course of the season so far. Let's take a look at 3R Gaming as well. Some of the players that we've gotten familiar with from the former Winter roster. Any favorites here for you, Trav, that despite this being one of your first times in a while being in East Asia Scouts?
Like I say, this is about the time that I'm usually waking up at these days, so I mean, I do catch a few games in East Asia, and I've loved the way Yotan's been performing this year. And there you go, you see him there, just such a well-rounded player, been performing really, really well throughout, and he's a real reason why they're doing so well in this region. And being second in points is, if they carry on like this and continue doing as well as they are, that's a world final spot right there.
Yeah, it's going to be seriously important for 3R Gaming to make sure that they stay on top of this whole Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0 thing after MSI points are doubling. So the challenge does not end halfway through the year, and it never did. But in a way, that the halfway point is kind of midway through the second half of the season, if that makes any sense. right? 3R Gaming, they gotta keep on rolling. They gotta keep on chugging along, and Zeta Division 1 cannot get in their way. Of course, we're going to get to see more from them surely in the coming months, but for now, it is going to be a tremendous challenge to take down Zeta Division 1. They haven't had to face these guys this early in the previous months, at least not. They have managed to get a lot of points because Zeta Division 1, I mean, let's not get it twisted. This is the number one team in the region. 3R Gaming, if they're able to pull this one off, then congrats to them. They might actually come quite close to eclipsing Zeta Division 1, but I mean, look, there's hardly enough room for 3R Gaming on this percentage bar. Zeta Division 1 with 93%. We'll see if Goldarm Gulch can influence anyone's predictions, influence anyone's opinion on this one. Let's get into it for our very first set.
That is the most dominant prediction I've seen from the public watching. 93%, that is just baffling to see. Byron, Tick, and Max going to be banned out by Zeta Division. We've got Tick, Ruffs, and also we got that Squeak ban on the side of 3R. So a little bit of diversity, but at the same time, we've got a couple of recurring things in that Tick. Kenji going to be picking Sprout up. Get rid of the Tick, pick the next best thing. The next best thrower on this map is Sprout, so there you go. First pick is Sprout.
Interesting stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of the Sprout first pick because I feel like it's pretty straightforward to counter. But something that I have observed in this region is that we don't really see a whole lot of Gene. Oh, okay. Well, speak of the devil, or I guess he's technically a genie. But yeah, there's a Gene. That's the thing, is if you want to play Sprout, you can pick Gene first, and then why would your opponent pick a Sprout into Gene? And then boom. For fourth pick, you get to pick up your Sprout. That is a magic combo. We've seen it work in other regions. We've seen it work in EU. We've seen it work in NA. But I guess Gene in this region. Zeta Division that confident with their picks, similar to their sister team, who doesn't really have any issues with picking shorter range brawlers into longer range brawlers because they're just that confident in their abilities to dodge. And we'll actually see the Leon pick from 3R Gaming. And I don't know about you, Trav, that looks like more of a preventative measure than it is going to be an addition to their firepower. I think that it would be more of an issue for Zeta Division 1 to have a Leon than it would be a benefit for 3R Gaming to have the Leon.
Yeah, I do think that too. I mean, I really like the Sprout, to be honest. You know, you're not going to get much use out of the Lollipop drop with Sprout in play, and it's the same with Tick. Throwers can take it out so easily. Eve coming up next, and there's just going to be so much stuff on the map, so difficult for Gene to get a pull connected onto something that actually matters other than one of the parasites coming from Eve. So I do like that pick. You've also got the ability to jump away from certain situations and take those opportune moments when you want to. Pam is going to be the last pick from Zeta Division, which I absolutely really like. You've got the turret in those closing seconds. Damage comes through, and it's just so good. You've got the HP to help you out as well.
Yeah, I love the survivability from Zeta Division 1, and 3R Gaming are going to have to think of something crafty to deal with it. I think that healing is going to be a big plus for Zeta Division 1. See if 3R Gaming can respond with anything. The clock is ticking down for them to counter things out, and it is honestly going to be a tremendous challenge to follow up those picks. Mr. P to end it all off. I'm not sure how I really feel about this one. Maybe you could give some issues to Sprout or something, but this isn't usually the scenario where you would pick Mr. P, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they're just trying to bring in something to take out, you know, have like a Porter versus Parasite battle or something like that, and try to take some of the focus from them off that. But I've never really seen Mr. P here, to be honest with you. It seems like it's just a bit of an unusual pick to take, and a bit of a last chance hope at doing something against a thrower that's not taking Grom, which isn't too strong at all, because it's the only one who's actually going to be able to combat it by shooting those briefcases over a wall.
Totally agree here. We'll see Moe Goku on the left side actually goes very aggressive off the start. Batman almost goes down in that 1v1. Site Tampo blocks off a portion of the bushes as well. Yotan, Batman, Minmi all in one area. This could be a good opportunity for Zeta Division 1 to end this one quickly. We will see the second lollipop drop go down. Batman is invisible. And Zeta Vision 1 isn't totally sure of where he is. Doesn't really matter, though. They take down Minmi, and Bataman is potentially next on the menu. Moyogoku is going to try and finish this one off. Good pinch between himself and Kenji. And now Yotan is going to be the last to fall.
GG's.
Yeah, if that's anything to go by, then I think the 93% might have been correct. If it carries on like that, just real pure domination from them. Good wall coming down now from Saitama as well, getting the hedge in a good position to allow his teammates to push up along with him. Needs to try and take advantage of this being in such an opportune position, as not going to be receiving any shots whilst dealing out quite a decent amount of damage with about 1,400 each shot.
Okay, Moyogoku holding on to his super for the late game. Probably same situation for Seitampo. He not sure which gadget he's running, whether he wants to heal up by venturing into those bushes or to recover his super. Looks like he is actually running the second gadget, recovering his super. He will be able to pretty much indefinitely have that super. He is out of gadgets now, so he's going to have to play carefully. Poison has not started closing in yet. 3R Gaming is already preparing for it to close in, though, as they are pushing back Seitampo, Kenji, and Moyogoku. Seitampo could go down if he's not careful, though. Very low health, and the poison is starting to close everyone in. Down goes Kenji. This could be a round win for 3R Gaming, and unless Moyogoku is able to fight a 1v2, it very well will be. Down goes Minmi. Moyogoku has that scrap sucker.
GG's. Well played.
He made any connection with that scrap sucker. Even doing it, just needed to try and make damage from that. So Zeta do need to be very, very worried. Kind of the mirror image of what we saw in that first round. It's problematic.
Okay, Minmi's being quite sly with his super, as he is waiting for any opportunity for Seitampo to pop his head out. Of course, he's not going to let that happen. Moyogoku is going to try and sit in front. The big problem is that Moyogoku doesn't have a gadget, no scrap sucker in order to defend himself. But I think Kenji might be a better target to be pulled. Kenji is going to be positioning his super carefully, though, trying to get a little bit of pressure on the enemy as well. Here's the deal, is that those minions are going to be quite effective for defending versus Jean. We'll see a big kill by Moyogoku on the top lane. Seitampo and Kenji also narrowly staying alive. Minmi gets a nice kill onto Seitampo. Moyogoku also trying to defend himself, and as his poison closes in, it is getting real hairy.
Yeah, got the super coming down from Kenji as well. That might be huge. He might be able to tank with this. He's got the super to heal him up as well, but the Invisi heals.
Oh!
Do it. 3R Gaming are going to be taking the first game of this initial set here, and a close ending in that one and the previous round as well. So this game is very, very close. 3R are going to take the first game.
Well, kudos to them. I mean, Zeta Vision 1 is an absolute monster to take down, and I think now that 3R Gaming has won one game off of them, they are not going to be playing any games anymore, if you're catching my drift. And this is a pattern that we've seen in the past from Zeta Vision 1 and Zeta Vision 0. They kind of take it relaxed at first, and then if their opponent is putting up a serious fight, they say, okay, I guess I'll sweat now. But maybe that's not the reality for this month. We've had a few changes in the scene and the rule set, and maybe along with the one ban thing going out the window, so has Zeta Vision 1's lax attitude towards the first few games. 3R Gaming is doing a good job of defending themselves as well. They don't have any supers yet. Seitampo has farmed up that hedge, though. We'll see if he's able to make use of it, as that poison threatens to close in pretty soon.
Another hedge available thanks to the gadget. Moyogoku's still got his gadgets in hand as well, but pull onto Seitampo there, and he does go down. Invisi heal going to be popped as well. Kenji does have his super. Might want to save it for the next one, though, as I think this is basically a guaranteed loss. He does throw it down and no charge back onto it either. Surprising to see. Maybe a little bit of a mistake there from Kenji, but 3R one round away from taking his first set.
Why wasting the gadgets?
About the draft, I like 3R Gaming's draft better until it came to Mr. P. But here's the deal, I think maybe they found themselves in a situation where they didn't really have a whole lot of good options to go for. And so far, it's working pretty well for them. One more round victory, and they take this set. Kenji is going to be trying a different approach on the right side, going to be trying to take on Batman. It's not going to work though. Medmi gets that final shot, and now Zeta Division 1 is down to 2 members. Batman goes for the flank. Steitanpo has to keep himself defended because he doesn't really have the short-range capabilities, especially with Moya Goku trying to get every last bit of utility out of his scrap suckers. If anything, he has to stretch that out to yet another round of knockout. Batman also throws down the lollipop drop. Medmi still gets to hang on to the super, and he has to be very cautious about this lower side, as really the ideal target is Sprout, but down goes Sprout. And 3R Gaming are going to be taking...
GG's, first set gone. 3R.
I'm as surprised as you sound. I mean, I'm guessing you're surprised already because by the way you said it, that's quite surprising ending to that game where big first set from 3R Gaming. Not what anybody expected. There's only 7% of people actually expected them to win the game. First set, as we know in Brawl Stars, is huge for momentum, and that's going to do them a world of good having this in the bag. Parallel Plays is going to be the map up next, and I think they can continue going on like this in a very similar control-based game mode where you want to play it slow, play aggression when you need to. It's a mode that could quite easily go in their favor as well.
Totally agree. I think there are a lot of parallels that we can draw between Knockout and Parallel Plays as a map specifically. Another thing, though, is that there are some other factors to consider as well that separate these modes a lot. I think a big one being that Zeta Division 1 can actually afford to go down, get eliminated without losing the game in Hot Zone. So that is one thing to consider for our upcoming set as well. Parallel Plays. I still got high hopes for Zeta Division 1, but I think this is definitely me coping with the realization that maybe my prediction is not as secure as I thought it was. Maybe the bag has not been secured quite yet. We will leave it up to Parallel Plays to inform us of that. Another thing is that Knockout is a pretty new mode in the game, and Parallel Plays is a map we saw throughout the entire competitive season last year. So for our seasoned veterans of Zeta Division 1, this could present a more comfortable opportunity, if anything. But no doubt, Trav, the momentum is on the side, and it's completely working against Zeta Division 1.
Yeah, I think a few of your points in there kind of accumulated up to the fact that, Zeta Division love going aggressive, and Knockout is a mode that just does not support that whatsoever. In Hot Zone, you're going to be able to respawn as soon as you go down, reclaim control, and start the aggression again. That's the kind of gameplay that Zeta work really, really well with. You see in World Finals, everyone's like, oh, Steitanpo, he's in the spawn, he's constantly just going aggressive over and over again, and you can't do it in Knockout, which is probably why it's not a favorable mode for them. Parallel Plays, however, though, you need someone on that aggressive side who's doing it over and over again, and this is why I think they could really benefit off this map.
All right, well, let's see. Something I love about Parallel Plays is that each sort of team seems to have their own zone, but it's not really your zone, because it's also one of the hardest places on the map to attack. If your opponent is very crafty about what they're doing, you can get spawn trapped quite easily with an appropriate setup. We'll see the bans coming out from both teams. Zeta Division 1 go for the double thrower ban plus the max. 3R Gaming with the Byron, Squeak, and Stu. That is going to leave some important brawlers open for this particular matchup. I think for Zeta Division 1, they love that Pam. They're going to be going for the Colonel Ruffs to start things off. I think there are some walls to be broken open that'll mean a lot. 3R Gaming are going to have to play around that accordingly. They got a couple picks in a row, and ideally they would not be picking brawlers that are vulnerable to wall break.
Probably so. We did see a bell, which was used to combat this earlier, and you also got the amber stuff that came out, but it didn't pay off. Ruffs was still victorious over those kind of countering brawlers, so 3R might choose to take a different approach, but no, they do stick to that bell pick, which really didn't seem to work for whoever played it last time. I can't really recall who it was, but it didn't work out last time, and they're going to be having their fingers crossed that it does this time, because, I mean, the Ruffs just played it phenomenally last time and managed to pull through anyway.
हेलो द गोट 3.2 मैं पैर से आ गया इस बार तो नाम ठीक है ना आपने क्यों मेरे दोनों अकाउंट को बैन कर दिया मैंने क्या बुरा किया Your name was awesome इसलिए The Goat 3.0.
So we'll see the bell. We'll also see the
बाकी आपने बुरा कुछ नहीं किया, आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, आपने मुझे 2 अकाउंट दिए अब मेरे 1 मिलियन बैन कलेक्शन के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट थिंग।
Follow something that can dispose of the lollipop drop very easily. It's one time that was weak. Now he's a little bit too strong. He will be banned out, and that being an appropriate counter. Lola actually from Stay Tempo, I totally agree on this. It was about time that we saw some Lola in East Asia. Pretty popular pick the world around, and until now, an unpopular pick in East Asia.
I think of maybe Byron or something like that. Actually, you know, Byron's banned. They're going to go for the bow, which you know I've been liking today, but I'm honestly not too sure about it here. I think it might be fairly decent at certain points in the map. Possibly.
प्लीज बैन नहीं कर प्लीज ब्रो, अगर सही नाम होगा और सही चीजें लिखोगे तो बैन नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन हाँ अगर कुछ फालतू की चीज लिखोगे तो तुरंत बैन कर दिए जाएंगे। बिल्कुल, उसके लिए हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
Also play something a little bit more defensive, and yeah, there's the pick from 3R Gaming. I think that would be pretty appropriate for playing defense. If anything, though, it is going to be quite vulnerable to Lola's ego, and also could get juked out by Bo as well. Bo is definitely able to pump out a lot more damage at range than Pam is, so that's something to consider as well. If anything, though, I think 3R Gaming definitely can win the mid fight. Zeta Division 1, though, once they get that ball rolling, they can pretty much own that left hot zone. So that's what 3R Gaming is going to have to anticipate. See the Golden Ruffs on the right side, or perhaps migrating a little bit over to mid as well. Definitely a flex here to start things off for Kenji. Goes to show that the momentum can be brought back in some ways that are purely materialistic. Menmi, though, on the left side, is going to look to take on this 1v1 versus Moya Goku. So far, no real progress onto the enemy side. Site Tampo and Kenji will snag a crucial kill, though. And there's another onto the Yotan. Zeta Division 1 get to set up on the right side.
There's never any progress until you say there's no progress, and then it all comes at once, isn't it, really? Zeta Division now established themselves on this zone on 3R Gaming side of things, and it's going to be difficult for Yotan to push him off this one. If he uses scraps, he can just keep on rotating around this wall, which is quite surprising that he didn't. He chose to back off instead of just staying in that aggressive position, move around the wall back and forward. But then again, he's got this power up, he needs to stay alive, make use of it. And with the pinch coming in from Memmi, it might have been too worrying for him, but ego thrown down, and he is going to use that to the best of his abilities. Yotan's going to fall because of it, and Zeta are just absolutely dominating this offensive.
क्या डोमिनेशन चल रहा है भाई, जितना पैसा चाहिए तुमको मैं दे दूंगा। कोई स्पेशल वीडियो बना दो कि 2000 जेम्स बॉक्स ओपनिंग या कुछ इस होगा आप क्या बोलते हैं, क्या मैं स्पॉन्सर कर सकता हूँ? बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं, इसमें क्या है? आपके पास तो पैसा ही पैसा है, so much पैसा।
Still neglecting this defensive side. Kenji does eventually slot onto it. They're going to need to, as now all 3 members of 3 are going to start pressing, and this could be deadly for them. They needed to try and take this earlier to allow themselves to win the game, but now they're starting to close down, and 3 people are on the zone, and nobody...
Jeez, now they are losing.
It's looking like 3 are going to win this one.
Yeah, I almost see no way of Zeta bringing back the Utah.
And GG's. Woo. कितना पैसा देना चाहिए कोई स्पेशल वीडियो बनाने के लिए? तो टोटली डिपेंड करता है, ये कंसेप्ट आइडिया क्या है उसके ऊपर।
Absolutely hammering away at Moya and Kenji already. 3R Gaming very hot start at the beginning of set number 2.
I don't know how Zeta lost the last one, but this one, I mean, it's looking good for 3R from the start. As Yotan and Batman start to aggress this right-hand side, Kenji falls low, and the turret is placed down, but taken out just as fast. Yotan going to use the scrap sucker to try and get them down, but Batman's going to clean up the right-hand side anyway, and 3R are looking very, very good right now. Yotan not showing any signs of coming off this zone just yet. Can rotate around this wall unless Moegoku starts to pinch, which is going to happen. Now Menmi has fallen, but regardless, they've captured so much of that hot zone.
It's pretty remarkable. Zeta Division 1 are still trying to hang on to it. They've completely shifted momentum here, as they were going purely for offense at first. Now it seems like they're going purely for defense. Kenji actually is having a tough time defending his own spawn point. Definitely an important thing to defend. Not really the objective of the mode though, but on parallel plays, this is a bit of a different map, so you gotta play it uniquely as well. And it seems to have paid off so far. They are able to maintain position, though they are losing Kenji. Moegoku could be the next to fall. Steitanpo is hanging on for dear life and gets taken down by the pinch between Menmi and Yotan. 3R Gaming now continue to capture the enemy point. And with a minute left on the clock, they don't appear to be very worried. It's more about capturing the enemy point than it is securing their own point, because they perceive their own point as being kind of free in a way. And for the time being, it does appear to be. Sitetampo is this one-man army on the right side fighting a 1v2. If anything, 3R Gaming has been very effective at forcing 2v1 situations where they have the upper hand. And Zeta Division 1 did not appear to be prepared for that, or at least losing that interaction when it came to defense.
Well, Sitetampo's trying to get some of this offensive zone now, and he does just that. Cleans up, 30 seconds on the clock. Batman needs to try and make a move, either defensively or offensively. They got 20% in no matter what. Yotan going to try and defend this. They need to make a composed push onto the zone.
16 seconds. क्या होगा ये? क्या ये comeback हो पाएगा? Let's see. 87, 88, 89, 90. Oh no! GG's. Oof. What a match. 3000 rupees काफी है क्या? पर टूर्नामेंट बना लो प्लीज, और मेरी 3000 स्पॉन्सर करूंगा उस टूर्नामेंट लिए। ब्रो ऑलरेडी एक टूर्नामेंट लाइंड अप है जो कि 2000 सब्सक्राइबर्स पे होगा। अगर आपको पता हो तो मैं ऑलरेडी 5 गिव अवे कर चुका हूँ। 6th गिव अवे विल बी एट 2000 सब्सक्राइबर्स। Well played.
What went for 3R? What went for Zeta? I think once again, this was extremely close. And I can't convince you. Let the percentage do the talking. 20% in game 1 and 1% in game 2.
I'm all about taking risks, but that was a little bit too much for me. It was a good decision to make, though. You see, it took 1% ahead there, and they just had to come back. It was tricky between 1 and 2% leads. Split seconds in it, and he just got there in time. And you can see the difference here as well. Zeta Division seems to pick up a few more kills as well. So it's not just the fact that they had control for the entire first game and got the massive comeback from 3R in that one, but then 3R took a good lead off the start. Zeta Division started the comeback, but then Batman just ran down the other side and took it by the 1%, making them 2 sets up. 1 set between them and the finals, and Zeta Division, who are the leading team and the MSI attendee from this region, are now at risk.
Yeah, and I think all eyes are going to be on this team as well, because they are going to be representing East Asia at the Mid-Season Invitational. So this is going to be basically our best look at what these guys are going to be shaping up to look like at the Mid-Season Invitational as well. And so far, it looks
भाई एक और स्पेशल टूर्नामेंट आ लो भाई, प्लीज 5000 दे दूंगा उस टूर्नामेंट के लिए। मेरी स्पॉन्सरशिप पोल कब आएगा? पोल आएगा जब या तो 3R जीत जाए एक और गेम, या तो जेटा डिवीजन 3 गेम लगातार जीते तब होगा। डिपेंड करता है टोटली अपॉन द स्कोर। जिसका भी 3 स्कोर हो जाएगा वैसे ही पोल आ जाएगा।
And from where we stand, it seems like Zeta Division is going to be on the receiving end this time, as it were. Not from a team perspective. Zeta Division, I think they're
एंड द गोट 3.0, अगर आपको एक ऐसा कुछ टूर्नामेंट करवाना है तो भाई सबसे पहले तो एडवांस, ऑल इट टेक्स द एडवांस।
get bodied, and it looks like Zeta Division 1 is on the receiving end.
टूर्नामेंट का क्या है एक अनाउंसमेंट डालनी होती है। 70 लोग आए थे पिछले बार के टूर्नामेंट में खेलने के लिए, 70% रजिस्टर्ड फॉर द टूर्नामेंट।
There's nothing counting them out of the reverse sweep. They're an extremely capable team, top team in the region, MSI in this region.
वो बात अलग थी, एक्चुअल उसमें से सिर्फ 50 लोग थे जो सच में खेलने आए थे रजिस्टर, लेकिन 72 लोगों ने किया था।
Keep on powering through. 2-0 as
सो इट टोटली डिपेंड्स।
reflective of how close the games are.
Totally agree here. And another thing, actually, it's not necessarily
भाई कोई और वीडियो आइडिया है क्या 5000 रुपीज के साथ? ब्रो 5000 रुपीज के साथ तुम एक अल्टीमेट चैलेंज कर सकते हो जिसमें 3 गेम जो भी अल्टीमेट चैंपियन रहेगा उस हिसाब से तुम उसको कर सकते हो। रात को फिर से स्ट्रीम हो गई, रात को स्ट्रीम देखते हैं। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली ब्रॉल स्टार्स तो नहीं ही देखेंगे, खेलेंगे वैलोरेंट, क्योंकि रात की टीम में तो ट्राइब है शायद, लेटम डिवीजन का है ना, एनए एंड लेटम डिवीजन का होगा।
because Zeta Division 0 has had to face versus these guys every single time in the quarterfinals, and it's seriously.
वो वाले मैच में बहुत कम देखता हूँ।
And now it's their time to be in the limelight in that number 1 spot, or at the very least in the grand finals. Of course, will we see a set number 4, or will this be the end of the road for Zeta Division 1? We talk about some brawlers that we like to see on this map, especially Trav. I personally like Crow, and I think everyone else personally likes Crow, so maybe it's not as personal as I might like to believe it to be. 3 bans from each team, and we are going to be seeing the Crow ban from Zeta Division 1.
Yeah, Crow, Squeak, and Leon, Gale, Max, and G. So a lot of difference between these bans here, and obviously it is expected. The moment having completely separate bands, you're going to be targeting the first pick bands, the strongest 3 brawlers, and then the people who have the first pick are going to be targeting the second set of solid brawlers. So first pick should be coming up shortly. Pinhole Punt, you've got to expect something like a Pam or something like that here would be a really solid pick, be able to scan out the entire mid. We see an Ems, which isn't bad, to be honest. You're going to be able to just spray down all these bushes and ensure that nobody's going to be jumping out at you. But at the same time, you're going to struggle when it does start to open up a little bit. And
मैं 5000 रुपीज दे दूंगा उसके लिए।
this is a difficult brawler to be able to play.
क्या आप 5000 रुपीज का बॉक्स ओपनिंग कर सकते हैं जब अच्छा ऑफर आया है शॉप में, आता है शॉप में? बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं, लेकिन देखो मैं एक तुमको बिजनेस टेक्निक बताता हूँ। जितने रुपीस तुम इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हो उतने रुपीस का तुम्हें अगर कंटेंट नहीं मिल रहा है तो वो इन्वेस्टमेंट बेकार है, ठीक है? अगर 5000 की तुम बॉक्सेस खोल रहे हो और व्यूज तुम्हारे उतने ही आ रहे हैं जितना तुम खोलते थे बॉक्स ओपनिंग में, उतने ही आ रहे हैं, so I will say don't go for that thing, try to do something else. This is on the serious note, not with me or anyone else. सबके लिए है, कोई सीरियस ले रहा है नहीं ले रहा है, सबके लिए बता रहा हूँ।
She has a little bit more range, more persistence on the field, and Sandy does not get a super very quickly. Okay, and you know what? Fair Gaming, they can have it. They can have a Coco. I don't really agree with either of these picks, but Trav, maybe you're saying something though.
you're not, to be honest. Poker's
Okay.
a little bit... I don't mind the Sandy. I don't mind the Sandy. You get Rude Sands down. You scout out a lot of the map. You also get a lot of disguise with it being the invisibility as well. I do like the pan from Yotan, though. I think that's a solid pick, but I'm just not really sure how well-rounded this comp is. It's really going to struggle quite a lot with that close range spray damage. But then again, Zeta's not really going to have anybody who wants to be close range at the moment anyway, to be honest. So still very much up for contention of who will have the most dominant comp here. Zeta needs to pick something that's going to be good against all of them.
Ooh.
And that will be good against all of them. But will it be good on pinhole punt? That is the question.
Yeah, I am kind of at a loss.
तो जो अल्टीमेट चैलेंज के लिए 5000 काफी है या फिर ज्यादा चाहिए? भाई देखो, चैलेंज एक ऐसी चीज है जिसमें अगर अमाउंट कम भी है तो बस कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस होनी चाहिए. 5000 भी ज्यादा ही है, और अगर बिल्कुल ही ग्रैंड करना तो कम ही है, लेकिन बहुत है. डिपेंड करता है किस तरीके से प्रमोट कर रहे हैं.
Also might go for the anti-heal as well. We'll see how it works out. Batman pushes forward. Here's the deal with 3R Gaming. They have a massive health pool. They're able to control areas really, really well. Zeta Vision 1 are able to pump out a lot of damage, and they have Kenji on their side. They on the fire, that's going to be a huge asset. Here's already the pass forward. Batman does get stunned, but 3R Gaming, are they going to be able to use their health pool here? A pass forward.
Oh, GG's. Come on, go for the goal. एक ही तो बंदा बचा है. जा जा जा. अरे why? भाई अपन होते तो अपन तो निकल लेते आगे.
Who's going to throw the Sandy Super down and even further that at this point. Yotan's going to throw the switch and solid strength, scout out a little bit. Now the damage comes through from the Panther as well, but he is going to burn down thanks to a viral shot. That's man in a good position to defend it. There's still got some knockbacks in the end. Gotcha from Colette will do a world of good for him and heal him straight back up, and we got another Sandy Super at the ready.
Oh, GG's. Hello, bro. Even I want to sponsor. Remember, I asked a long time back. So can I sponsor? Okay. Oh, why? Why? Moya Goku, why, bro? That was an easy win and score. Why?
Here's the next sandstorm from Moya Goku as well. It's an anti-heal from these guys, as well as simply a strong brawler on their side. Yotan, though, is going to continue to push forward. He is going to try and put this goal by himself. This is what my ladder gameplay looks like. I'll play the aggro Poco and try and do the whole job myself. It doesn't usually work, though, and it won't work for 3R Gaming either. The clock's ticking down, and Zeta Division 1 will be...
हेलो फिएस्टो, बोर्ड नहीं हुए ये देख के. अरे जेटा डिवीजन के मैचेस देखने में बड़े मजे आते हैं भाई. मैं दूसरे देखो 2 रीजन के मैं देखता हूँ मैचेस. पहला तो अपना ही वाला रीजन है सेसा एंड एंस, एंड दूसरा ईस्ट एशिया जो जिसमें जेटा डिवीजन खेलती है. उनके मैचेस देखने में बड़ा मजा आता है. बाकी मैं नहीं देखता, बाकी मैचेस नहीं देखता. मैं पहले स्पॉन्सर करूं. अरे भाई, दोनों के लिए अगर इतना स्पॉन्सर करना है तुम दोनों को, दोनों के लिए एक अलग अलग टूर्नामेंट बना सकते हैं, एक अलग अलग कंटेंट बना सकते हैं तुम दोनों के लिए. तो डिसाइड कर लो दोनों को किस चीज के लिए क्या करना है. गोल 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 कर गोल कर गोल कर गोल कर. नाइस. Hello Sharik Ali, kiss me, close your eyes and kiss me. No, I will not.
Just 45 seconds in, already having a goal. Here is the super from Goku and a nice gadget from Kenji. Batman also just hanging on.
भाई ये कैसा सुपर का वेस्टेज था? तीनों प्लेयर बाहर है सुपर के, तो यूज क्या हुआ सुपर का? ओ गोल 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 गोल. ओ जीजे.
better from them. Starting to show the real Zeta vision. That was a very, very good start.
भाई हम स्प्लिट कर सकते हैं ये गेम चेंजर आप 2500 मैं 2500 yes that can also be a case decide कर लो
It's a map that's been in the game for a while. They know it, they've played it a lot, scrimmed it so much. Surely they'll be able to get comps right, even with some bans or something. That time I don't think they even got the comp right.
भाई ये तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था भाई क्या ही बॉल बचाई है
Oh, it absolutely did. And I think that both teams have been
और ये गोल भाई साहब मजा ही आ गया देख के
that, I mean, yeah, it could work, but if your opponent knows what you're doing, then they're going to be able to expand it. Zeta Vision
no bro I want to sponsor 5000 by myself
initial setting supers down,
Yeah.
letting Zeta do his thing, and Kenji just gets Kenji on water and talented on that particular brawler, and the brawler itself is a huge asset to the aggressive play styles in of the players and the brawlers that they're playing as well. Take a look at the stats, and it's plain to see State is really able to disrupt things on offense. 47% of the team damage and 9 kills right there. I think that really does speak for itself. They are gaming, though, not far behind. Look, once again, they did a phenomenal job of pushing up in the early game in game number 1. They just ran out of steam, and then they were out of steam for the entire rest of the set after that first failed goal.
Once they'd exhausted all their gadgets, it was kind of just over, to be honest. They didn't have any, shooting things. The clutch just absolutely incredible, especially you're gonna have basically infinite health for a solid amount of time. That's what something you're gonna be worried about, and they just set themselves up for failure there. There's no other way to put it. Briar Gaming just the draft was just not right. In the previous two, it was, and then align things once again and get a solid draft, solid bans out there. I think they can still close it out, but Zeta looking scary again.
It's very scary. Look, what we've seen from these players in particular in the past is they can kind of let it slip until set number 3 and then dig deep and bring it all the way back. And we see how stone cold these players are. They've got ice in their veins, and they're not really fazed by the first 2 sets not going their way. Look, we're looking at Knockout and Hot Zone, the 2 latest additions to the competitive map pool. And now we're getting more of a return to normalcy with our final 3 maps. I think Zeta Division 1, feeling more confident in that deeper gameplay that's been in the game for a longer time, can definitely take it. Especially a Hard Rock Mine, you make a great point, Trav, that I totally agree with. This map has been in the game for so long, and no doubt it has been scrimmed a ton. The draft has been practiced to no end. It is the quintessential battleground of Brawl Stars, and you see it in every
ये गेम चेंजर को बैन कर मैं ही स्पॉन्सर करूंगा भाई जिसको स्पॉन्सर करना है ना एडवांस फिर बात करते हैं ठीक है एडवांस बोलने को तो भाई मैं भी 1 करोड़ का स्पॉन्सर करता हूँ लोगों लेकिन बात अलग है देना नहीं देना ठीक है इट डजंट मैटर जिसको जो स्पॉन्सर करना है भाई एडवांस सेकंड चीज जो भी स्पॉन्सर कर रहा है उनकी कोई सोशल लिंक या फिर एक चैनल है तो बहुत बढ़िया बात क्योंकि हम उनका नाम कहाँ पे लिखेंगे कैसे उनको कांटेक्ट करेंगे या तो डिस्कॉर्ड हो मैं क्यों बता रहा हूँ ये चीज क्योंकि आपको एक ये बहुत बढ़िया अपॉर्चुनिटी कह सकते हो उस चीज की कि आप एक बढ़िया मैनेजमेंट कंपनी बन सकते हैं उसके लिए पहले से बहुत बढ़िया एक्सपीरियंस मिल जाएगा आपको जो बड़ी बड़ी स्पॉन्सर कंपनी होती हैं जो इतने बड़े बड़े एड्स वगैरह करती हैं गेम्स वगैरह लॉन्च करती हैं वो ऐसे ही स्टार्ट करते हैं ऐसा नहीं कि तुरंत गए और कर दिया
same time, your jump's not going to matter anything if you're pinned in spawn. As soon as they get control of your bush, you're done for. And I think that's kind of added to with Stu as well, with not enough like explosive damage. He's not really going to be able to do too much if they get pushed into this defensive.
I have 2760. Nice. You only need 240 points.
Quite promising.
बढ़िया है bro, बढ़िया.
We've got Tara, which is from beyond, going to be coming in against Stu. It's a solid pick. You've got to get the angles right. This map has a lot of ability to miss your pull here.
जिसमें कि तुम्हारे 100 points तो confirm ही है. MVP वाले. MVP के 100 points तो तुमको मिल ही जाएंगे.
Something else to assist with the enabling the Tara here.
अब मैं स्पॉन्सर नहीं करूंगा क्योंकि आप इसका वर्थ नहीं हो गोल्डी. ये गेम चेंजर को स्पॉन्सर करने दो. वो भिखारी क्या करेंगे. भाई देखो ना, मैं तुम्हारे स्पॉन्सर करने से अपना 2000 पे कुछ करने वाला था. ना मेरे तुम स्पॉन्सर करोगे तो ही मैं 2000 पे गिव अवे करूंगा. ये मेरा वाला तो सबको पता है भाई. मेरे को जब करना है मैं करूंगा ही. तुम्हारे बोलने से या नहीं बोलने से या तुम्हारे स्पॉन्सर करने से या नहीं करने से ना मेरा काम चल रहा है, ना मैं खुश हो रहा हूँ ना मैं दुख हो रहा हूँ. मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता ब्रो. क्या ही फर्क पड़ेगा. अगर तुम रियल में स्पॉन्सर करोगे तब भी कोई बात नहीं, नहीं करोगे तब भी कोई बात नहीं. मुझे तो वही करना है जो मैं कर रहा हूँ. Please ban him, he is insulting भाई. अरे ये भी कोई इंसल्ट होती है. Can you ban him please? Okay, why not?
Okay, man. Calm down, man. That is something that I hadn't really thought of. Also, is that Batman is going to be throwing down that speed zone very consistently, which is going to make it very tough to hit for his states on Fogu. That's a long range. Or Minmi and Juke as well. I mean, Minmi is not going to be touchable. Oh my gosh. And a big kill for Minmi. Yotan gets the stun on the enemy side, and Minmi can just pick up all of these. Just one more gem is needed in order to start this countdown. But 3R Gaming still have to play really cautiously. Moya Goku is countering the heck out of Bataman in the right lane. Leave it to Minmi to finish off the kill, though. And Kenji needs to find Minmi at all costs.
I've got no words. I mean, it's great gameplay from 3R, don't get me wrong, but... Like, I'm just so confused about what they were trying to do with this comp. Like,
they need just one win.
Expected. And they've just put 3R on match point here. This is the game they need to move on to the finals, and if it's a repeat of that, then it's going to be inevitable that they win it.
Yeah, I just feel like Zeta Division 1's strategy is kind of wishy-washy. They have not really decided on anything. You can see the lanes have switched up again, which would not be a red flag in any other game, but I feel like they just came in with the expectations that they were going to switch to whatever, like whatever works. But the thing is, you don't get enough time to feel out what works when your opponent picks up every single gem or snipes you at long range with a homemade recipe. We'll see Minmi actually, though, having a little bit of trouble versus Moya Goku.
Nice.
And they'll get to occupy the left lane here. Batman throws down the speed zone once again. At the end of the world for 3R Gaming. They are on match point, mind you. If they win this game, they're heading on to the Grand Finals in Zeta Division 1. For the first time, doesn't even make it onto the Grand Finals. Huge, huge shock in this region. Let's see what Minmi's able to do versus Kenji at long range. Statanpo's getting good defense versus Yotan already. This game is looking a lot better, easily 1,000% better than the last one for Zeta Division 1.
Can it get worse? I don't think so. But, I mean, yeah, no, don't get me wrong, it's looking a lot better. Yotan's starting to pinch it now, and this gem count has already been evened out. Minmi needs to watch out, though. Oh, no. Straight into a Tara pull. He gets...
Nice. Nice. क्या ही बात है, क्या ही बात है.
Just as things are starting to look good for 3R, on match point, even out the gem, he jumps straight into a Tara pull, and they've given Zeta a lot of line. Even
जी पोल सिलेक्ट कर लेना, नहीं तो हम लोगों को पॉइंट्स नहीं मिलता है। अरे भाई अभी पोल नहीं आएगा, अभी तो लंबा मैच चल रहा है।
Points that they would be forfeiting it to their nearest and closest enemy in terms of points. Also, though, this could disrupt everything that we knew or thought we knew about the East Asia region. 3R Gaming, though, are absolutely ready to rock the victory. Batman is not going to go down. He is going to defend the speed zone this game. Not really the use of speed zone that we saw last time. Inmate also gets a little bit tripped up on that corner and wasn't able to make the connection of a great recipe on his stay time pro. Yotana is going to go down. We'll see Moi Goku continue to play really aggressively. Kenji will pull, but maybe can't afford to pick up 3 gems here. So we
अबे नीचे दिखाओ बे।
Batman also plays very aggressively. Good positions being played by both Stu and Gale in this game. Those working out quite well. 3R so far.
अरे चलो
We see the kill by Moi Goku. Looks like it, but the gems seem to be safe and sound. Moi Goku gets it. The third, though, super in stay tempo. It's
अरे अरे उसको तोड़ना भाई, क्यों?
safe.
हाँ फाइनली। Nine.
And they can't do anything about it. Zeta are 1 gem away from taking this.
GG's. Go for it. नीचे ही जा, नीचे ही जा, नीचे ही जा, नीचे ही जा, नीचे जा। ओ
Zeta with 1. Not much chance for comeback. Batman's through. Starts to break through the time. It's really dead.
and they are on to the final round. GG's. Comeback or what?
That is a bad omen if you ask me. It didn't work out too well.
हेलो राजदीप, व्हाट्सअप। ये लोग ढंग से जीता नहीं पा रहा है।
Zeta Division
अरे अरे अरे
this victory, but it's a lot closer.
जैसे कि मैंने बोला, जीटा डिवीजन के मैचेस देखने में बड़े मजे आते हैं। ये देखो 0-2-0-2 2-0-2-1
I can smell it.
फाइनल स्कोर फिलहाल के लिए 2-2 है।
Potato, no less. And it doesn't even have to be hot potato specifically. It's heist, right? These games can really go either way, and they can go so quickly as well. But let's take a look at the highlights. Just from game number 2, we thought 3R Gaming might get real close.
Yes. Hello Dark Devil, what's up? How are you doing?
Prominently, there was no chance at any point in that game that 3R was going to take it. Third game, a different story. It looked a little bit more even towards the start. Towards the end of the game, though, once again, very much in Zeta's favor.
These statistics, Gale, you can see that he wasn't able to do too much when the team got
87%.
not able to shoot and peek down walls as much as I'm sure he'd like, and that resulted in
87%? क्या 87%?
over on the Zeta side of things. 37, 37, 26. Not too much in it. You don't expect much from mid other than just peppering up against down, keeping them low. But I mean, I think that's pretty reflective of what we saw. Piper was getting some solid taps and some solid plays throughout. Second game, unfortunate that he jumped back into a Tara pole, but it was great heads-up play from Moi Goku in the mix anyway. And now we're going to see a decider on what I think is going to be a very scrappy map. Set 5, possibly even
मार्क शीट, अरे वाह क्या बात है, इतने बढ़िया।
very scrappy. Maybe a lot of
ये तो खुशी की बात है, 87% है तुम्हारा। तो पिछले साल के फाइनल्स में जीती थे ना। यस, लेकिन अब वो 2 टीम में डिवाइड हो गई, जेटा डिवीजन 1 एंड जेटा डिवीजन 0, जिसमें आधे प्लेयर जेटा डिवीजन 1 में जा चुके हैं और आधे प्लेयर जेटा डिवीजन 0 में जा चुके हैं। और उसमें से जो जेटा डिवीजन 0 है वो अभी तक एक भी मंथली फाइनल्स नहीं हारी है, और जेटा डिवीजन 1 जो है वो जेटा डिवीजन 0 जो है वो सब हारते आ रही है। लेकिन इस वाले मंथली फाइनल में अभी पहुंच चुकी फाइनल में, और अगर जेटा डिवीजन 1 जिसका मैच अभी चल रहा है वो जीत जाती है ये सेट, तो जेटा डिवीजन 0 वर्सेस जेटा डिवीजन 1 होगा वापस से, लेकिन फाइनल में पहली बार स्कूल वाला। अरे भाई बढ़िया है, 87% और क्या चाहिए, 107% लेके जाओगे क्या? आराम से 2 बच्चे पास हो जाते इतने में तो।
Kenji doesn't want to see any of them, hence early ends pick. The battle we are missing is Ross, by the way. Just have so we won't be seeing that. It does kind of keep a lot of things going anyway. There you see it pop up now. I don't think Ross really shuts down too much. We see the Crow, which I'd like, should be able to shut down M's quite nicely, get some slogging toxins onto it and try and dominate the map that way. We saw Crow being played on it earlier, wasn't able to get the vertical jump on set, which deals vast amounts of damage if it can actually connect. Barley squeak out the mix as well. Barley from both sides, Stu and Brock. So no wall break really, and I'm not sure if we can even really see tanks considering Crow and M's, but I think they'll still slot in somewhere. And there you go, straight away we got a Daryl.
Yeah, I mean,
last कौन सा है तुम्हारा?
Did fare pretty well, which is not what I expected at all. It just didn't present itself in these close corridors as being a super viable option, at least in my mind, and I think safely say in a lot of people's minds, because let's take a look at a map that Crow's pretty good on, is Pinhole Punt, right? Because he's able to lurk in those bushes, but also it's quite an open map, and he also denies any sort of fast-paced gameplay. Of course, I don't think that Max is really going to be an option here. Now, BB is definitely going to be a real contender for Crow to deal with, as he will be able to slow her down with a slowing toxin. Zeta Division 1 has to think carefully about their next play. It is going to be their very last pick of this entire match.
I think I'm going to need to see a surge from 3R, to be honest with you. It was performing very, very well against the BB last time. You got the jump, and that avoids the knockback, and also if he does swing with the knockback whilst you jump, he does she does get disrupted by it. The Crow, they're going to be carrying through the not the Crow, the Colette. They're going to be carrying that through from a previous set that we did see on Pinhole. It's very, very well for them, I must say. So it doesn't surprise me that they are bringing it in and putting it into hot potato. It's going to be good against Daryl, but I'm just a little bit questioning what.
Mods लोग बहुत कम हो गए हैं क्या गोल्डी? Mods लोग अपनी एग्जाम दे रहे हैं या छुट्टियां मना रहे हैं?
Okay, Trav, I see you. The Surge final pick. Give yourself a little pat on the back as well. Though in
कोई आते नहीं हैं भाई, आने की बात करो तो भाई कितने सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो सब्सक्राइब किए, मतलब देखा जाए तो हम ऑलमोस्ट 2000 सब्सक्राइबर पहुंचने वाले हैं, उसमें से 10 लोग भी नहीं आते हैं, 10 लोग भी नहीं आते, तो ऐसे तो कोई कह ही नहीं सकते कि कौन क्यों नहीं आ रहा है। बहुत सारी चीजें हैं करने के लिए, सो नो आइडिया।
Sort of the shock troop that Zeta stands for. Yotok, though, pretty much treats it as a free kill. He's well on his way to getting another level out of either Kenji, Statampo, perhaps. There's a spray on the ground for you as well. Already lots of damage in from Zeta Division 1. We Are Gaming, though, is just getting started as they have some supers charged and ready to wreak havoc on the enemy safe.
Yotan's play there was just absolutely phenomenal, keeping them at bay whilst getting some serious damage on safe along with it as well. Menmi's going to go and clean up the M's. Daryl should be able to make light work of this BB, jump forward from both the Surge and the Crow to secure some further damage onto safe, but now it is going to be Zeta who do take the lead.
Okay, Yotan having a rough time versus Moegoku, who's creating such a large sphere of influence around himself with these really persistent attacks. We will actually see Menmi go down.
अरे बेचारा सर्च टेलीपोर्ट तो कर नहीं सकता। जब से सर्च का टेलीपोर्टेशन हटाया तो वो अच्छा भी हो गया और बेकार भी हो गया, दोनों ही चीजें हो गई अब इसके साथ। अभी तो समर वेकेशन चल रही है, बहुत सारे क्लास का, बट अब आते नहीं हैं। वही बात है, उसी को तो बोलते हैं।
down very low early on in the entry of this game, so
GG's.
well, you're gonna
कम ऑन, अटैक करो अटैक करो अटैक करो अटैक करो अटैक करो. 84 कर दिया, बहुत बढ़िया.
free, but kind of great to it anyway. Just gonna be waiting out until it does cease to be happening.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया. क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया. 34% कर दिया. भाई मजा ही आ जाता है भाई, कुछ भी बोलो.
Well, it's not over.
24.
I would like it to be though, as he does take another clear 10% off the save.
14%. बहुत बढ़िया. Zeta division का ओ ओ ओ ओ 9%.
You're tasked with defending the entire save by themselves, and they are able to accomplish
और ये देखो, इसे बोलते हैं कमबैक.
last minute damage on the return dash. That is
स्टैंडर्ड 8 में 87%. नाइस डार्क टेबल. और क्या भाई, 100% लेके क्या ही कर लोगे.
Joy practically jumping for joy.
And with that, we are on to Zeta Division 1 versus Zeta Division 0.
I'm sure there's a great big smile behind the bill of that baseball cap.
भाई देखो कमबैक. 0-2 2-2-2-2. क्या बात है, मजा आ गया. जेटा कमबैक इज ओपी. अरे भाई देखो, मैंने बोला ना, मुझे जेटा के मैचेस देखना बड़े मजे आते हैं.
Without getting serious knee and back pain. Maybe need to get physio soon.
और अब पोल जरूर आएगा. जो पोल के बारे में पूछ रहे थे भाई, अभी आएगा पोल. तो किसी को भी वोट कर दो. एमवीपी का सबसे पहले वोट आएगा. एमवीपी आप किसी को भी दे सकते हैं. बाकी तो सब लोग देख लेना, साई टेम्पो को ही देने वाले हैं. नो मैटर व्हाट, कोई कितना भी अच्छा क्यों ना खेले, मैं बता रहा हूँ, बिकॉज ऑफ द नेम. भले ही कोई कितना भी अच्छा क्यों ना खेले, लोग साई टेम्पो को ही वोट करेंगे.
Remarkable stuff from the Zeta Division throughout this entire last set. Throughout the entire last 3 sets, mind you. And it's a
ऐसा मत बोलो कि मेरे को इससे भी अच्छा मार्क्स चाहिए. अरे भाई क्या ही करोगे, इससे अच्छा मार्क्स लेंगे. अच्छा आगे चल के तुम क्या बिजनेस खोलने वाले हो या जॉब करने वाले हो? जो भी करने वाले हो, मैं तुमको पहले ही बताता हूँ, मैं दोनों ही चीजें कर चुका हूँ. ठीक है, तो तुम्हारे मार्क्स से कोई घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. तुम 100 भी लेके आओगे ना, तब भी जो तुम्हारा बॉस होगा, जिससे 40 नंबर आए होंगे, वो तुम्हारा बॉस होगा.
Be sitting in second place, I believe, after this one as well.
इट्स ऑल अबाउट द एटीट्यूड एंड द वर्क यू आर डूइंग.
This is how little
एक्सपीरियंस की बात होती है भाई.
has been voted once again for the MVP.
किसको वोट दें अब, जीटा 1 को या जीटा 0 को? ये बहुत ही कठिन क्वेश्चन पूछा आपने, बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन है. लेकिन क्योंकि जीटा डिवीजन 1 में साई टेम्पो और केंजी हैं, सो आई विल से कि जीटा डिवीजन 1 के साथ जा सकते हो. किसको वोट? अरे जीटा डिवीजन 1 के साथ जा सकते हो भाई.
Zeta 1. With that, we have our grand finals all locked in. As we get set up for that, we have something awesome.
एक सेकेंड. टोटल जेम्स इन द पास. हाँ 90 इनके रखे हैं भाई. 90 पे वोट कर दो. 90 जेम्स मिलते हैं पर सीजन.
Rise up to the top, extended version. Gonna get set up for the grand finals. Don't miss.
जीटा 1 को दे दो सब, जितने भी हैं इधर. भाई सबके हो गए होंगे 3000 पॉइंट्स. तो नहीं हुए क्या किसी के? ऐसा कौन है जिसके 3000 नहीं हुए? ये अब 4th स्ट्रीम है भाई, 4थी स्ट्रीम चल रही है. कौन है जिसके अभी तक नहीं हुए? 3री स्ट्रीम चल रही, सॉरी 3rd स्ट्रीम. अभी तक तो हो ही गए होंगे. And with that, we are on to Zeta Division 0 versus Zeta Division 1. ये एक्चुअल में हमेशा क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में रहा करता था ये लाइनअप, जिस वजह से हमेशा ये होता था एक ना एक जीटा डिवीजन बाहर हो जाया करती थी. 100 पॉइंट्स बच गए, तो 100 पॉइंट्स में से तो 50 तो तुम्हारे इससे ही मिल जाएंगे, MVP से। और अगर इस वाले MVP के भी पॉइंट्स मिल गए होंगे तो वही 50-100 तो वैसे ही हो गए होंगे भाई तुम्हारे। बाकी ये जो चिटुर पिटुर आते हैं, ब्लू आइकन और रेड आइकन टीम का आपको सपोर्ट करने वाला, उसको क्लिक कर दिया करो। पर मैच 5 मिलते हैं पर मैच, और अब तो 3 तो होना ही है, मतलब मिनिमम 6 तो होंगे ही होंगे। 5 6 जो 30 पॉइंट तो तुमको वहीं से मिल जाएंगे। 80 पॉइंट तो तुम्हारे कहीं नहीं गए। बाकी एक क्वेश्चन जो अभी आया था उसमें 25 पॉइंट्स मिले होंगे। ये आराम से 3000 कैसे नहीं हुआ भाई, मैं तो यही सोचा। जी मैं देख नहीं रहा हूँ, मेरे नहीं हुए जी, मैं देख नहीं रहा हूँ। बढ़िया ब्रो, क्या करोगे तुम, क्या ही रखा है। तीनों आ गए। मेरा भी 3000 ऑलरेडी हुए हैं। अब मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं। ओके, ये क्या गया? Who was the most picked brawler in April? Byron. Byron is the correct answer. चलो मैं फटाक से हल्का होके आता हूँ, रुकिए जरा तब तक, सुनिए इनकी बातें।
Bit of a disadvantage, maybe just because they're kind of mentally worn out there, to be honest. It's going to be difficult for them to win after having a break and such a convincing win like the one from Zeta Division 0. But what better way to come off the back of a reverse sweep than to jam out to an insane song and get revitalized and get back in the mix?
Absolutely, been a fantastic day of matches. It seems like just as good a time as any to reflect on it. Looking back, we saw Rising Sun Esports take on Zeta Division 0 in our previous semifinal. A little clean 3-0. However, Zeta Division 1, the current reigning victors of this region right now in terms of points, were challenged by 3R Gaming once again, back-to-back months that 3R Gaming, formerly known as Winter, has put up a really good fight here. And now we're going to get to see Zeta Division 1 play against Zeta Division 0. Really awesome gameplay so far today. Obviously, Zeta Division 1 being challenged once again, but at the end of the day, they come out on top. I know you said that you really didn't know what you were feeling on this one. Predictions out the window, but ready. We're going to have to force you to make one. What are you picking here?
Okay, look, I gotta go with Zeta 1 because both of these teams are absolutely fantastic, and if there's any way to prove it, look who's in the grand finals, both of these guys. But as we have observed from the quarterfinals of the previous months, Zeta Division 1 always decisively comes out on top of Zeta Division 0, and I'm sure not a whole lot has changed. I'm sure these teams also scrim versus each other a lot, and if that was the same exact situation in previous months, Zeta Division 1 has been scrimming and simply doing better in those. But who knows? I love being surprised.
I love being surprised too, and certainly today's been full of it. Taking a look at that Zeta Division 0 roster though, Tensai, Choppy, and Kuru. Obviously some elite players really living up to their potential here today. Trav, I'm gonna throw it over to you two to get your take on this. Are you riding with Zeta Division 1 here, or are you gonna go with the upset pick of 0 today?
I'm riding with the 1. I think they've been looking very, very good, and although they're going to be quite tired, I think they've probably got it in the bag. They're just so convincing, especially when faced against their counterparts in Zeta Division 0.
देखो, मैंने Zeta Division 1 को वोट जरूर किया है, लेकिन मुझे इस बार पूरी फीलिंग आ रही है कि Zeta Division 0 जीत सकता है, क्योंकि अभी तक एक बार ही वो जीता नहीं है, तो क्या पता एक कमबैक के लिए वो लोग फाइनली जीत जाएं। ऐसा मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है, बाकी पता नहीं, कोई भी जीत सकता है।
These guys are no strangers to our monthly finals, as they have taken the first 2, looking to do it 3 times in a row. Had to do a few reverse sweeps along the way. In terms of drafts, how do you feel like this team has done to at least just spectating some of those semifinals matches? I definitely think some of them are questionable, which makes it, I think, even more impressive that they made it this far.
Yeah, I was waiting for the chance to say I was not a big fan of the drafts. But look, I guess you can confuse your enemy in a way by picking something kind of funky. Let's also talk about something that we haven't really gotten the chance to look at in a while, is hiding your strategy, hiding your comps. I don't think Zeta Division 1 want to allow Zeta Division 0 to see what their secret weapon is when they're relatively confident that they will make it to the grand finals with something other than their usual strategy. That's my personal
कुछ भी हो सकता है, कोई भरोसा नहीं है कौन जीतेगा।
Just have kind of some off-meta brawlers that they found work really well together. That
Zeta Division 0 में अच्छा पी है,
or maybe it's just perspective.
क्या पता कुछ करे खास।
To ship both bears, best couple I've seen recently. Shatampo on the other side as well, living it up as well. Plush on the road, and again these guys are focused up. I think I've seen Shatampo staring at that screen every time we've gotten a glimpse of him, and can't say I blame him. We're gonna be hopping into sneaky fields here shortly. Trav, this is where we say goodbye to you for now.
मैं Zeta 1 को दिया, बढ़िया। ये इतने लड़कियों ऐसा क्यों दिखते हैं? दिखने से क्या है भाई? दिखने दो। और साइडम्बो तो कभी अपना चेहरा दिखाता ही नहीं। अरे ऐसा नहीं है, कभी दिखाता है कभी नहीं दिखाता, उसकी मर्जी भाई। आज के मैच इंटेंस जा रहे हैं तो नहीं दिखा रहा। मैच खत्म होने के बाद तो बात करने आना ही पड़ेगा, अगर जीत गए तो, नहीं जीते तो कोई बात नहीं।
Okay, no squeak action. Doesn't look like we'll get to see any squeak today. Oh, okay. Zeta Division 1 coming out the gates with the boxing botanist, Rosa herself. The theory is that she's not a meat shield, she's a plant shield. But yeah, actually feel free to quote me on that one. Zeta Division 0 will actually be able to contend with this pretty effectively, in my opinion. They already.
Oh, क्या बैन किया? Blank है.
Down. Thing is that Ems will probably struggle to keep distance from Rosa if Rosa is running unfriendly bushes, and if Ems doesn't have consistent uptime on the super. There's the Crow also to slow down the push, just to defend against the possibility of Max. One more pick from 0. Oh no.
And that pick's gonna be an El Primo. Very surprising here, but I will say, Ems and Crow do really well.
देखना मुंडी ऊपर ही नहीं कर रहा वो।
Crazy. We've already seen it once today.
इसका मूड नहीं है भाई। तभी से नीचे ही है।
See this coming as a pick in the call to counter. I mean, just full of surprises from both teams. Super interesting drafts today, and I feel like it really continues here today.
Yeah.
शुरू करो, शुरू करिए। गोल्डी रात में क्या खेलोगे? भालोरेंट खेलेंगे। भालोरेंट के भालो, के मुनाची, एकदम भालो। वही वाला भालू रेंट
Even.
या नीता का भालू रेंट भी खेल सकते हैं.
Whole lot of health, and she definitely gets good use out of it, but that's not like her main feature like it is with Frank. And typically that's the only situation where we really see Colette used or played against a brawler rather than a safe. You see the super forward actually by Moya Goku. That might have been an accident, but can't ever know for sure. Tensai is at risk of going down. Kenji actually decides to use a super to take him down. Scoring opportunity. Nope. Steitanpo is not there to receive the ball, and it's up to Kuru to defend now.
Shitampo falling there was really huge for the side of Zeta Division 0. It does allow them to pocket this ball on the right-hand side, but a lot of aggression coming in for Zeta Division 1 as now Shitampo has a super charged up. Kenji one as well. To take a moment here, heal up. Unfortunate miss there on the connection. Very tough timing there with the dash forward, but Shitampo making it work.
And ये गोल नहीं होगा.
Doing everything they
भाई स्लो डाउन कर दिया लोग उसने उसको.
kicking in. They're going to be at a halt for now. Nice pushback there. Kuru guarding this ball on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and Shitampo just hanging around in the mid now, going to be forced away. And Zeta Division 0 will have an opportunity to reclaim some ground.
Gotta say, I love the ball cam over here. We will actually get to see a little bit of action, though, as Primo does go back to retrieve the ball. Moya Goku now pushes up. This is the ideal opponent for Moya Goku right here, is Tensai, but he is getting quite pinched. No, Kenji is split off on his own, and Achapi is actually all the way behind. Tensai tries to escape. It looks like he will do so successfully. Kuru also hunting down Steitanpo. The pinch is actually not going to trap Steitanpo. And there also is the gadget onto Moya Goku. Just going to shift him out of position a little bit, get him a little bit further from Kenji, but not going to do a whole lot in the end. Moya Goku definitely in a position where he can receive the pass. Also, he's working for that next super.
अरे भाई.
And by Tensai. And there
Nice.
actually, Tensai is able to come out on top in the end. Still, no serious progress for either team. It is going to be kind of a tough call. Who has the upper hand? In overtime, I would say personally.
They don't know अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. Did you know Hacker is a newbie that just don't want just win?
A huge chunk.
Yeah, definitely some good action there. Tensai.
Oh, बहुत ही बढ़िया गोल. Nice one. मजा आ गया देख के. GG's. वही तो बोला मैं.
Tensai, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it when I said option.
मजा आ गया भाई.
I was just not comparing.
Z0 भाई.
Forgive my.
आज Z0 को क्या हो गया?
I just witnessed Tensai. Relax, dude. Well, actually, he's gonna have a little bit of forced relaxation at the hands of Steitanpo, especially. The Colette into the Primo is going to be the ideal matchup for Zeta Division 1.
और क्या ये गोल होगा?
Goku's actually going to try and put this one in. No! Steitanpo is going to clear things out as well. So,
And that's a goal.
goal for Zeta
टेंसाई को देखो क्या खेल रहा है वो.
seconds. Zeta Division 0
भाई वो टेंसाई वैसे ही खेल रहा है जैसे वो खेलते हैं.
on the right side.
जो रैंडम नहीं आते रैंडम. अगर पता हो रैंडम है जो भी रैंडम एल प्रीमो लेके आता है. अगर पता हो तुमको जो भी रैंडम एल प्रीमो लेके आता है बस जाके डरता था मारने की कोशिश. मैं तो मारूंगा भले ही मर जाऊं लेकिन मैं तो हाथ चला के आऊंगा.
Contestant once again. Choppy with the dash forward and the jump
पकड़ भाई पकड़ पकड़ उसको. बचा लिया भाई बचा लिया.
to the right. And now Shitampo going to dash forward and take them out. Kuru forced to go all the way back into the goal for now. Ball going to be kept on this right-hand side as Kuru and Tensai look to defend it.
Okay, 1 minute left on the clock, and Tensai only has one more use of his secret weapon. Choppy is going to try and slow down Moya Goku. He is going to be backed all the way and jump out. He is going to go down, but Tensai is able to finish off the kill. Jump in by Tensai, and Kenji is going to be able to avoid most of the damage, and Steitanpo
वो भाई 165 में तेरा गेस्ट.
narrowly survives. Gotcha also is going to help Steitanpo heal up.
टेंसाई पूरा ईट कर रहा है.
Kill onto Steitanpo on the left
ओ
side.
भाई अरे बॉल उठाओ किधर है बॉल.
Full sending here, big wall break, but Moya Goku is on a mission to keep
अरे
at mid.
अरे तुम लोग अरे भाई गोल करो ना.
Tempo is
अरे भाई बॉल ही नहीं निकाल रहे हैं.
slow things down on the right side just to keep these guys at bay.
इनको क्या लग रहा है ये लोग लीड में हैं?
Guru, stay on
भाई साहब
is cornered. 15 seconds until the wall is broken down in the corner. He means nothing.
ओ
Find their proper positioning or all the boxes break open.
this 3 2 1
Returns with one of their own. Now overtime kicking in. Moyogoku going to be a brawler now playing Rosa. Not going to do the best in overtime. Thankfully, they have the Byron Nicolette for some decent range. But none of them are sharpshooters by any means on the side of Zeta Zero. Primo going to jump forward, going for the takedown onto Byron. Guru gets the kill. Tensai gets the kill. It's just Rosa left standing.
अरे oh
Super shot over. Kick in.
well played
Good. It's going to be set number 1.
मजा ही आ गया देख के भाई
Crazy stuff. So many points at which it could have been completely turned around if it had not been for like a few
GG's.
Especially there at the end. I don't think that Crow would have
ओ भाऊ क्या हुआ ये अरे क्या गोल किया भाई मजा आ गया टीम वर्क ओपी भाई एकदम बढ़िया
pushing star power spawning out here, and it very nearly was a proper defense. Let's take a look at game number 1, especially. I mean, Tensai is look. It's hard to acknowledge the incredible mechanical skill at the same time as laughing at the yeet as he throws people over himself with a suplex supplement gadget. It's just the funniest dang thing in the game, but they really put it to work, and maybe it's a little bit of mental warfare as well.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. They probably should animate and enter that sound in there every time he does the suplex. Looking at our stats now, we got kills and damage here. A lot for the side of Shitampo. Look at that, 54% of the team.
भाई साइड टेम्पो 12 लोगों को टपका दिया था उसने 12 लोगों को टपकाया है भाई ने
Very even matchup so far.
लेकिन अच्छा पे ने भी बढ़िया भाई The difference is जो जीटा डिवीजन 0 था पहले राउंड में बहुत इक्वल अमाउंट ऑफ कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा लेकिन जो साइड टेम्पो वाली जीटा डिवीजन 1 है उसमें एक अकेला साइड टेम्पो आधा डैमेज से ज्यादा कर दिया और उससे जो दोनों टीममेट है वो इतना कंट्रीब्यूट किए लेकिन इतना भी नहीं चलो कोई नहीं नेक्स्ट पे आते हैं और नेक्स्ट है हमारा फ्लेयरिंग फीनिक्स द नॉकआउट लेट्स सी व्हाट दे कैन डू
Talk about things in terms of like aggro, and that's actually what we stay tough. We talk about things more in terms of lanes, right? When stay tough goes where it's needed. See how it works on Flame Phoenix.
let's go
First time seeing this one for today. I love this map, and I think it does lend itself to some good thrower gameplay. And I think it's also one of the more complicated maps to, at least in Knockout, to make full advantage of that poison as it starts closing in.
Yeah, a lot of interesting strategies here. You can really go the sharpshooter route, you can take the thrower approach, and obviously some staples of Knockout 2 being ones, say like Jean, Pam, things like that. But we're in a current state where Eve's somebody that could really do well on this map, but it doesn't really seem like this region is taking it into a huge consideration. I feel like Eve's been left open several times here today, especially on maps that may even be in their favor. Again, this is one that a week ago we probably...
hello lucky me bro can you do the thumbnail action can you do the thumbnail action matlab
as much as we saw.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just don't want to take risks.
ये वाला बोल रहा
Safest. I think Zeta Division 0
नींद वाला
not be playing it safe. I feel like they got to be pretty confident after that win in the first round, and Zeta Division 1 are going to be playing it a little bit safer. Keep in mind how close Zeta Division 1 came to being knocked out of the semifinals, and this being a completely different matchup. This was almost a 3R versus Zeta Division 0 grand finals. But fortunately for Zeta Division 1, it is going to be theirs. And they are going to be banning out the Squeak. This is the safe option. Now, mind you, they do have second pick. So they do want to get rid of most of the best brawlers. Evidently, Tick was not in those. And as I say, Kenny, if you have first pick, yeah, go for Tick or something like that. Who cares? As long as you say pick and Tick in the same sentence, I'll be happy. Let's see pick number 2 and pick number 3 from Zeta 1.
think grabbing Tick here is a huge deal too. To me, Sprout and Tick are the two best. I know we've seen Grom on some other maps, but I don't feel like he's as favorable necessarily on this one. I think other maps tend to do better for Grom's shots, such as Bell's Rock. To counter this, we're going to get Ken G playing the Max. I think that's going to be a brawler that Zeta Division 1's very comfortable with, especially one that both of these sides could easily maximize. But it is really interesting to see that on Knockout. I don't feel like we see Max too often in spots like this.
Yeah, I find it quite interesting. I think Zeta Division 1 could really work with the Max here if they want to go something like full aggro. But here's another thing, is they have 6-pick, and they're facing versus a thrower. I think that this is pretty much primed and ready for them to pick Grom as their 6-pick. I think that he gets good utility with his range. He pretty much fits...
teammates इतने अच्छे नहीं compared to the other team. ऐसा नहीं है, उन्हीं के साथ खेल के तो 2 बार मंथली चैंपियंस बन गए, और क्या चाहिए?
Or will they decide to prepare themselves to deal with a Grom? They already have a Tick, which should perform pretty well, but they also have to deal with the Max and the Byron, so maybe a Crow or something could be in store. Problem is that suffers on the front of range, so I don't know. They could go for any sort of long-range brawler and probably be pretty safe. We'll get that rolling in just a moment. And Zeta Division 1 are going to have to assess how they will counter it. Oh no. I'm scared for Zeta Division 1 right now. They're facing versus the Piper.
I definitely think this is a really well-rounded composition from Zeta Division 0. They've got the thrower, they've got the beefier brawler, which tends to do well as the storm's closing in, and they've got that middle option to play Piper in these long-ranged lanes.
अरे भाई, ये लोग रोसा के पीछे क्यों पड़े हुए हैं भाई? रोसा लिए जा रहे हैं, रोसा लिए ही जा रहे हैं. मुझे तो नहीं लगती ठीक रोसा.
There is a method to the madness, though. I've learned anything today is to
क्योंकि उसको बहुत ही ज़्यादा क्लोज पहुंचना होता है. उसके पास कोई मैकेनिक्स भी नहीं है जिसके थ्रू वो एनिमी के तुरंत पास पहुंच सके. जैसे जो अदर बहुत ज़्यादा क्लोज रेंजर्स हैं, लाइक एडगार, वो जंप कर सकते हैं. एल प्रीमो, वो भी जंप कर सकता है. शैली, वो तो भाई डैश कर सकती है, लेकिन उसका गन भी है. जो हैंड टू हैंड कॉम्बैट वाले हैं उसमें तो भाई फैंग भी मान लो, फैंग भी भाई डैश कर सकता है. रोजा एक ऐसी है भाई, जब तक ग्रास है और स्लो डाउन कर सकती है तभी तक. जैसे ही ग्रास हटी, क्या मतलब है रोजा का?
way that doesn't really earn really anything for either team so far. It's having to close in terms of poison before we see any real action on the map. So for now, all we can really do is speculate as to who will have the advantage once the players are forced to get a little bit closer together.
And this stun coming in too might have been part of the strategy since there's so much grass on the map. Now Shitapo going to try.
Oh, GG's. रोसा तब इस गेम में, इस मैप में ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव हो सकती थी अगर लास्ट तक वो बची रहती और पॉइजन क्लाउड आ जाते, तब तो क्लोज रेंज में आना ही पड़ता रोसा के.
Maybe I should say as soon as players started dealing damage to each other, it was over. And I think we can expect to see a similar story as well in round number 2. Zeta Division 0 feeling quite comfortable. Zeta Division 1 back away actually. Staytaco is going to get a bunch of speed though. There's the unfriendly bushes as well. Kuru throws up the
oh,
Tommy is going to be able.
Oh, bhai. Nice.
Tensai also trying to keep Moegoku back. Doesn't want to use the super, interestingly enough. He is right there, not using the super. Was the pop in that important? I guess we'll find out as the game proceeds. With only 2 players on each side, here's the speed in.
लॉन्जी 0 जीत पाएगी शायद, उसका ड्रीम पूरा होगा जो उन्होंने वीडियो में बोला था. हाँ, कह सकते हो. फर्स्ट मैच
feel like they really capitalized on this situation. I think they had the upper hand even from Zeta Division 1 not electing to charge at that moment. We'll have to see what they do here in game number 2 to kick things off. Rosa getting much more aggressive. I think it's going to be a big factor.
Maro, nice.
Getting the job done. Choppy Muyo Goku going to clean up the left side. Get a fall here. Now in trouble too. Straight down on the team. Much stronger here for Zeta Division 1. That's just cool standing.
Gosh, Muyo Goku hasn't even popped a super. This is not what Max is for, but if it works, it works. The mobility and the ability to follow up on those shots, leading those shots, and getting the full clips as he has so far. Also the synergy with Kenji as well really lend themselves to a successful first
Hello SM Products, now TKM. Hi, hello there, what's up?
Probably plan on a pretty successful push. Here's the speed in. Choppy is not going to be letting go of that tick super just yet, though. We won't see any casualties on either side so far. The only casualties will be those precious walls that Kenji so desperately needed. Same story for Muyo Goku, as he is going to be outranged here. Stay Tempo also taking major damage. Choppy getting a bunch of damage on Rosa as well. And it doesn't look like Zeta Division 0 will need to stick in the bushes here, but with Tensai going down, that is going to be a major loss, and it could even actually lead to losing the game. Choppy also lost a major opportunity to take down Stay Tempo on that right side, and honestly, I don't see any way for Zeta Division 0 to bring it back from here on out.
Tampa going to be popping the last gadget he has as well, trying to force these kills. Now it's just Kuru left standing and
down to 1-1.
On the right hand side.
Let's see. अरे finally चेहरा दिख गया बंदे का. जल्दी से छुपा. अरे कैमरा गिर गया भैया. साइड टेम्पो भैया, कैमरा सही कर दो. हेलो.
Pulls down the hat and the camera falls backwards. Cannot reveal to anyone his poker face. Otherwise, people would know just what he was planning. I predict that he's going to be Rosa. Oh, cool. I guess I was right.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, amazing predictions with Kenny and Ready Set in the grand finals here. Kenji on the right side is going to be reduced to really low health, which is going to be actually a great enabling factor for Zeta Division 0 to get some stuff done on the left side. Unfortunately for Zeta Division 0, Zeta Division 1 have a Muyo Goku, who pretty much single-handedly took down the majority of their roster in the first round of the last game. And yeah, not a whole lot has changed. He's still making a whole lot of progress on this left side. Stay Tempo on the right side is going to try and backcap, actually. Choppy needs to move forward. Kuru is actually going to take the responsibility of searching for Stay Tempo. Big moves. This could almost be a team kill. There's one, almost two. Tensai manages to survive, and down goes Stay Tempo. It's a 2v2.
And this is going to be an intense one at that. Long-range sharpshooter getting close.
Nice.
Goes down.
Ooh, GG's. They saved their super. Hello Khushi Sharma, how are you? Hi, sup? All good. You say, कैसे हैं आप? How are you doing?
And another bad news.
Oh, nice.
From Byron, but it's not now a 3v2 situation.
Save him. Save a Choppy. Nice.
Some nice tags there. Will push Tick back for now. 3v2 situation. Zeta Division 0.
Oh, very low, very low, very low, very low. Nope. Got saved.
Continue to push up. And there's no Rosa from Zeta Division 1. You know how this one went last time.
Now, Tick also got the super charged up.
Is going to need a lot of heals from Kenji.
Poison Cloud will start coming.
Main fighting force of Zeta Division 1 to get the victory here. Otherwise, it's Zeta Division 0 heading on to set number 3. A couple of sets under their belt, which is far from optimal for Zeta Division 1 and seriously disrupts the track record that we've seen from
मैंने बहुत एग्रेसिव हुआ था भाई. या तो ये लोग ये सोच रहे हैं ये बस हम 2 हारेंगे उसके बाद फिर कमबैक करेंगे, लेकिन हर बार ऐसा नहीं होता. आई लाइक योर गेम प्ले ऑलवेज my gameplay. I am not even playing right now, but thank you so much. You also play Brawl Stars or just do commentary? I play Brawl Stars. Commentary क्या होता है? मैं तो टाइम पास के लिए देख लेता हूँ. मैं 2 ही रीजन के देखता हूँ. I only watch 2 regions of matches. First is Zeta and Ends, and second one is this region, East Asia, because of the Zeta division. बाकी मेरे को देखने का शौक नहीं. I like these two regions to watch.
Overall, solid composition. They had two. They had the long range of pipe.
Now, Zeta Division 0 just need one set to win the monthly finals. Time pass, yes, time pass. Hello, Cristiano Ronaldo 7. No, no what?
I mean, really doing a fantastic
आप बताओ खुशी. आप तो Brawl Stars खेलते हो ना?
was
You play Brawl Stars or not?
on this map, actually. And I think that's actually remarkable. Pick up 8 kills over the course of
What happened to you, CR7? Why no?
possible kills in each round. So great.
No. नहीं. संजय दत्त की आवाज में. सू. सू. कभी कभी खेल लेती हूँ. नाइस. चलिए बढ़िया है.
More from him in the upcoming
कभी कभी सही लोग खेलते तो है Brawl Stars.
right now.
मुझे लगा था लोगों ने Brawl Stars खेलना छोड़ दिया.
Tensai, and with Crystal Arcade on the horizon, I'm not anticipating necessarily to see a head-to-head between.
पेपर चल रहे हैं इसलिए बंद कर रहा है. Okay. Which standard? 10th or 12th?
And if I'm Zeta 1, I don't
KSI. Oh yeah. Do you want to do the boxing match with the KSI? Cristiano Ronaldo 7.
Zeta Division 1 is secure for that mid-season invitational. However, we have World's playing field to worry about too. Zeta Division 0 behind. They're falling around the place mark. They're in the hunt to try and get a spot right now. It's a really good takeaway to close the gap. He's the #1 team in the region. And plus, like we saw earlier, this is an opponent they faced
12th. Okay, nice. All the best for your 12th exams. लड़कियां भी खेलती हैं गेम. What do you mean by लड़कियां भी खेलती हैं ये गेम? Soul Destiny सब खेलते हैं भाई.
a max combo.
उसमें क्या है? लड़कियां नहीं खेल सकती ऐसा कहीं लिखा है क्या?
Ways to make it
Yes, boxing. Okay. So Cristiano Ronaldo, if you are going on to the boxing ring, then who is gonna play football in behalf of you?
that we see pretty frequently that go head-to-head, and
Or you are having an assistant to play onto the boxing or onto the football?
versus Ims, right? I vastly prefer Ims in this matchup, especially with Acid Spray now being in the game. Just gotta go with the Ims here. Sandy just is not gonna cut it versus her. But I honestly would be pretty surprised if we did not see that kind of matchup presented here. Another thing is that we have 3 bans available to both teams, so I'm fairly sure that
कहीं ये लड़का हो जो अपनी दीदी का अकाउंट से यहाँ आया है. अरे तो ठीक है भाई, क्या ही करना है.
teams though, just to be sure about everything. Sandy from both teams
My son Cristiano Ronaldo Jr. बढ़िया है.
is quite interesting as well.
Fake CR7. वाह भाई वाह. Soul Destiny क्या चीज बताई है. मुझे तो पता ही नहीं था ये फेक क्रिस्टियानो रोनाल्डो 7 है. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, मैं तो सोचा असली क्रिस्टियानो रोनाल्डो है.
great brawl.
मैं तो बिग फैन भी बोलने वाला था.
Region is really known for using it on maps like
थैंक यू फॉर टेलिंग मी. हेलो दिव्या.
which is something
मैं भी खेलती हूँ. अब पता है भाई, आप तो खेलते ही हो.
going to be max. However, that does like you leave Ims up on the board, which I think would be a great safe pick overall too.
Hello Ship Time 30. Hello, what's up? I'm all good, bro. You say, how are you doing?
Synergized so well. We saw
But finally, if Zeta Division 0 win one more set, they will win the monthly finals. Oh yeah.
the 3-man
Hey Ma, Mataji. Hey Ma, Mataji.
solid pick overall. And great lane. Lot of
Why don't you give your son a mobile phone? You earn a lot
States on both.
money, right?
Um,
Last year बहुत खेला था Brawl Stars मैंने,
maybe is that a
but फिर बोरिंग हो गए गेम.
I think
हाँ वो तो है. कोई भी गेम क्यों ना हो, वो तो थोड़े दिन बाद बोरिंग लगने लगता है.
as well.
So Destiny, what point are you trying to prove?
Number 4 from Zeta Division 0. I think honestly Spike would be pretty solid. Oh, but of course, what the dog doing? Well, he's not getting banned, that's for sure. And those sandbags are going to be good for countering out Stu. See what Zeta Division 0 decides should exit the dog for their 5th pick.
Yeah, I think Spike's an interesting one to bring up too. Colonel Ruff's gonna
Chazon doesn't give his son a mobile phone. वो आँख थोड़ी बंद करती हैं.
last week, kind of my impressions, we did see a little bit of a Stu Spike matchup when we were casting Latham South.
Hello, Blue Light Gaming. How are you doing?
Shred through that life plant pretty quickly. Tara, though,
He doesn't want to give him. मैं नहीं दूंगा. Son uses father's phone sometimes.
curious to see what Zeta
Okay. Ship time 30. क्या पी रही हो? What are you drinking?
It's going to be quite complicated to respond to, but if anything, they are going to have to go with a mid brawler, and it does appear that they're going to...
कस्तूरी, हाँ भाई पता है, कस्तूरी गांधी आपका नाम है. Blue Light Gaming.
Of course, doesn't have to be played mid.
याद है मुझे.
Let me remark.
एंड यू नो नेट टाइम बढ़ा दिया. अभी 3 दिन और ऑफ रहेगा. मजाक चल रहा है यार. इनके लिए तो नेट ऑफ करना. और करो दंगे. कौन लड़ता है? लड़ता कोई और है, उस चक्कर में दूसरों का नेट बंद हो जाता है. चलो.
And by those shades from Choppy, that's a very real reality. And she is going to immediately try and go for the pinch. It's going to work quite well so far. Choppy takes a lot of damage. He's going to fully...
Oh, nice.
Zeta Division 1 have set
Oh, nice.
successful.
Nice.
Tensai still has the advantage in terms of gems. Now that's about to become a 5-gem lead to Zeta Division 1's 0.
huge start here for Zeta Division 0. A very interesting lineup here for Zeta Division 1. In the past, from time to time, Stu would be a mid. I'm not in love with it, but again, this is a brawler they're super comfortable with. And it's kind of surprising, too, that we don't see Shitampo on that brawler. It's something that he's known for playing, one of his best, in personal opinion. Always love seeing him on it, but Kenji, of course, perfectly equipped to do so as well. Now Zeta Division 1, though, great offensive push here. They've reclaimed this middle area, and they're about to tie things up in the gym lead, 5-5 overall. Now Zeta Division 0 gonna have to step it up a little bit.
Okay, Tensai still trying to keep Kenji at bay as best as he can. Kenji is able to get that super back, so be able to stay in his position. Tensai, though, also has the super, and he does manage to grab the supply drop from Kuru. Kuru looks for this position. Statampo also flashing his super, trying to keep these guys out of range, keep them from getting any funny ideas, but...
Oh, बच गया. लगभग टोटल 1 हफ्ते बंद हुआ होगा. जो नेट बंद गिनीज वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड में आएगा हमारा सिटी का. ऐसा नहीं होता. इंडिया में कहाँ से हो? दिल्ली से या हरियाणा से? मैं तो भोपाल से हूँ. दिल्ली हरियाणा से होके हम क्या करेंगे? भाई इतने पास तो बंदे जाके क्यों नहीं उठाते हैं? ब्रो 8 जेम्स उठा. 8 जेम्स.
Take this game, saving themselves. This is the same scenario.
और दिव्या, नेट बंद होने के लिए अगर रिकॉर्ड बन रहा होता ना तो हमारी सिटी तो अभी तो वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड क्या यूनिवर्स रिकॉर्ड बना चुकी होती. कभी भी नेट बंद हो जाता है. Oh, bhai.
Best opponent they face yet. It'll be a real impressive feat if they can hold on here for a reverse sweep. One game at a time, of course. 1-0 ahead, 2-2 overall. Kenji once again taking place in the mid here. Shitampo on the right-hand side this time.
Nice. क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
70 HP there. Tensai and Kuru are going to be recovering a little bit here and taking an attempt to reclaim this mid ground as Kenji dashes forward.
Okay, Statampo making sure to keep those shades at bay. This could account for some kind of lane swap. Statampo, though, is able to keep things back as well. Tensai also picking up a lot of gems. He has a super ready to go as well. And there's a life plan on the left side. Not going to be an issue for Kuru to deal with. And he's not going to get stuck in the stick around either. So...
Oh, बहुत लो. Oh, भाई.
Left side will also see a Choppy get the kill on the right side.
सुपर दे दे, सुपर दे दे, मार दे, मार दे, मार दे।
Enemy on the he has a super ready to go whenever he so pleases. Choppy so much as it gets within that range, Setampo is going to threaten to pop it.
वो भाई फिर ही मार दिया।
Kill with the friend zoner. Tensai is left all alone. He's going to have to run all the way to the enemy side. Kenji though is taking so much damage. Tensai needs to perform in this sweaty 1v1 on the left side.
ओ जाओ, जल्दी जाओ, जल्दी जाओ, जल्दी जाओ।
Won't be able to get in, and Moya goes.
Oh, GG's.
All the gems, and there are the spins. Zeta Division 1.
ये अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है। भोपाल नाइस, आई एम फ्रॉम दिल्ली। दिल्ली कोरोना वालों की। अच्छा पहले सुनते थे दिल्ली दिल वालों की, अब कोरोना वालों की हो गई। ये भी ठीक है। ये टेंसा है, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन वाला है ना। टेंसा है, केंजी, अचापी और साई टेम्पो, ये वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स वाले हैं। इनकी टीम थी। अब ये दोनों अलग अलग टीम में जा चुके हैं। अचापी और टेंसाई अलग टीम में, साई टेम्पो और केंजी दूसरी टीम में। वो तो सबका होता है, एंड यूट्यूबर्स आर द ओपी एग्जांपल्स ऑफ इट। कभी भी नेट बंद होना थोड़ी बोल रही है। अरे तो भाई नेट आया ही मेरे एरिया में अभी है, अभी बोलो तो 1 साल हुआ है इंटरनेट आया हुआ है। कौन बोला मेरे इंटरनेट के बारे में? कौन बोला मेरे इंटरनेट के बारे में? है इंटरनेट बंद हो गया मेरा, शर्म नहीं आती? मैं हूँ पुणे से। पुणे में तो खतरनाक गर्मी पड़ रही होगी, या फिर बारिश का मौसम आ गया वहाँ पे? Why don't you try for qualifiers, Goldie? I don't have any team. मैं इसलिए नहीं खेलता हूँ, मैं तो रैंडम्स के साथ खेलता हूँ। ब्रो स्ट्रीम लैग अभी तो बताया, इंटरनेट की कहानी आपको बताई तो सही। सोल्ड कि नेट कभी भी बंद हो सकता है, हम ऐसी जगह रहते हैं। जो दिव्या बोल रही भाई उसका नेट बंद है, भाई आपका नेट तो बताया गया इसलिए बंद हो रहा है, मेरा नेट तो बिना बताया बंद होता है। बोले बंद हो कर देंगे, जब मूड होगा तब बंद कर देंगे, क्या ही लेना देना है। आज मूड नहीं है नेट चलाने का, बोले बंद कर देंगे। आपकी तरह थोड़ी है। अच्छा सरकार ने बोला बंद करने को, यहाँ सरकार बोले ना बोले कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, नेट बंद करना है तो करना है। Either Zeta Division 0 will win this one and win the monthly finals, या तो फिर Zeta Division 1 फिर से, या तो Zeta Division 1 फिर से जीतेगी और वापस से 2-2 हो जाएगा स्कोर। देखते हैं क्या होता है। भाई ओ ई बैन कर दिए फाइनली। Janet will fly here in this map you saw in the environment. Nobody's gonna play with the Janet, bro, because she just got released and it's not available for the tournament this time. Next time you can go with the Janet and most probably Bonnie also, but in this monthly finals no one can take Janet. That's the rule for now. और वैसे वो जेनेट भाई इतना कोई खास नहीं है, चलो इतना भी खास नहीं है। साइड हमको कभी चेहरा दिखाता है क्या? बोलो। अरे अभी तो दिखाया था, देखा नहीं था क्या? चेहरा दिखाया था और उसका कैमरा गिर गया था। कैमरा भी बोला अरे ये क्या देख लिया, चक्कर खा के ऐसे गिर गया धुड़ू, फिर छत दिखाने लगा था, बोले ये क्या देख लिया। His face is always hidden. क्या बात कर, तुमने आज तक चेहरा नहीं देखा? इसका मतलब तुमने पिछला मंथली फाइनल नहीं देखा होगा।
Zeta Division 1 needs KO potential.
मेरे को मेरा अलमीरा सेट करना है, बट मेरे को पॉपअप आया आपकी स्ट्रीम में देखने बैठ गए। मैंने सब कुछ बिखेर तो दिया, अब उनको सेट करने में जोर आ रही। आपकी स्ट्रीम देखने का मन कर रहा। अरे तो स्ट्रीम को ऐसा एक काम करिए, दूर रख के स्पीकर पे चला के छोड़ दीजिए। वैसे भी हम फैमिली फ्रेंडली हैं, गालियाँ वालियाँ तो देंगे, टेंशन ना लीजिए। उसको दूर से चला के आप अपना काम करते रहिए, या फिर हेडफोन आपके पास हैं ब्लूटूथ वाले तो आप वो यूज़ कर सकते हैं। बहुत बढ़िया। नाइस। ओह बहुत बढ़िया। ओह बहुत ही क्लोज था वो।
Yeah, and it is actually quite effective at locking down that right lane, or at least slowing things down for long enough so that Moyogoku can pick up some ground as well. And it froze the ego as well, completely wasted a super from the side of Tensai, which is definitely a plus, a super for a super when you're both.
Nice.
Moyogoku actually is almost going to go down, but he will pick up a kill himself. He spins, actually, from Zeta Division 1. They sure do like spinning, especially when they are one set away from losing their spot, but it's all about the mental warfare.
मुझे मॉडरेटर बना दो, मॉडरेटर बना दो। अभी मॉडरेटर की हमें जरूरत नहीं है। दैट्स टीम में प्रॉब्लम, ध्यान कम में नहीं रहेगा ना। अच्छा ठीक है, तो देख लीजिए, क्योंकि वैसे ही फाइनल राउंड ही चल रहे हैं, उसके बाद तो वैसे ही हम स्ट्रीम बंद कर देंगे। 12:30 बजे से स्ट्रीम चल रही है। कोई मॉड है क्या इस चैनल के लिए? भाई 6 लोग हैं, 6 लोग। ओ नाइस, बट Zeta Division 1 got the point.
But it was too close.
Yeah, they survived. Yeah, that was crazy. I think Bo respawning, or maybe just a mistiming, it was just enough for them to slide through. I think the strategy was actually pretty genius to think about. They just shield themselves off, no way of getting in. Early takedown here onto Tensai, and a nicer start here for Zeta Division 1. No blue star, but they will take the 1-0 lead. And I was at a loss for words too there, Reddy. That was such a jaw-dropping moment. A lot of scary stuff here. Zeta Division 1 again. They're just survivors. Shitampo doing a great job.
12 से स्ट्रीम चल रही। यस, 12:30 से स्ट्रीम चल रहा। मेरे को पॉपअप लेट क्यों आया? ये तो YouTube बता सकता है। अफसोस की बात है कि मैं YouTube से नहीं हूँ।
Choppy looking to try and get a pinch here, but Shitampo will stay up for now. Gonna be a close call there as the super goes down and still stays up. Lola Eagle surely gets the job done. Still 7-4 though. Zeta Division 1 with the lead.
Okay, Kuru has to disarm this last line. Moyogoku's taking some damage along the way. He really wants to get some damage off on Kuru while he is tripping those mines.
Nice.
Tempo as well. Zeta Division 0 once more very closely following Zeta Division 1's scoreline. We'll actually see State Tempo is backed up so much damage also coming in from Kuru as Zeta Division 0 has taken back this lead with just 30 seconds left, and State Tempo is at risk of going down. A slow on to Kinji isn't going to be enough for Kuru to be able to finish off this kill. 20 seconds left. Each second feels like it is taking at least a minute.
Oh, nice.
Especially as Zeta Division
Nice.
has to stall as much as they possibly can, and now
Nice. भाई ये तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा खतरनाक चल रहा है।
That's right. Zeta Division 0 will be heading to
हलवा थोड़ी बट रहा है क्या, जो तुम्हें भी प्लेट आधी कर दी। थोड़ा सबको दे देंगे प्रसाद। सबको नहीं मिलेगा. हेलो लियाम फॉर्स्टर, हाउ आर यू डूइंग? जो भी हो जीतेगा तो जीता ही. वाह 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 वाह, क्या बात बताई है, हमको तो पता ही नहीं था. ओह व्हाट अ शॉट. अगर ये मैच जीत गया Zeta 0 तो भाई ऑलरेडी फाइनल ही जीत जाएगा सीधे. नहीं नहीं, उसको यहाँ तक मत आने दे भाई. स्प्राउट इधर तक आ गया.
Choppy going to be in trouble here as well. 400 HP, Kuru taking form a little bit, and he's going to be hugging this wall for dear life just to try and gain back some HP. And for now, 3.
मार दे मार दे मार दे. नाइस. बहुत वो है. नाइस. गुड बाय. वो बच गया.
Oh man, Stitton with the emergency hedge there.
मैंने वैसे वोट Zeta डिवीजन 1 को दिया है, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ Zeta डिवीजन 0 जीत जाए. थोड़ा वन साइड का कंपटीशन नहीं रहेगा. हाँ. मेरे को पता होता तो मैं मेरे पॉइंट्स बढ़ा लेते यार. आज तो बहुत पॉइंट्स मिले होंगे, इतना लंबा चला तो. हाँ वो तो है. ओ भाई 30 सेकंड्स रिमेनिंग. देखते हैं क्या. ओह बहुत क्लोज. ओ जीजीस. गया गया ये मैच, गया ये मैच. ओ जीजीस. दिस मंथ न्यू मंथली चैंपियन Zeta डिवीजन 0. Woohoo! फाइनली 5-0 जीत रही है. अरे जीत गई. दे आर मंथली फाइनल्स. ये मेरा 1200 होंगे. मैं बोर हो गई कलेक्ट करते करते. अरे उसमें क्या था, बस आप आओ वोट करो चले जाओ, पॉइंट तो वैसे ही मिल जाएंगे. सोचो अगर Zeta वाले गोल्डी को फ्री में बुला लें टीम में एज अ चीयर लीडर. वाह वाह वाह, क्या आइडिया है. बस ठीक है, अगर 10 करोड़ दे रहे होंगे तो मैं नाच भी दूंगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. 10 करोड़ में तो क्या ही बात है, कर लेंगे, चलेगा मेरे को. जब 60 lakhs में कैरी मिनाटी जाके मूवी कर सकता है, वो भी जुमा केसरी करने के लिए, तो मैं तो फिर नाचने में मेरे को क्या दिक्कत है. मैं 10 करोड़ ले रहा हूँ. उन्होंने वीडियो दिखाई थी ना, तभी लगा था. तभी तो मैं बोल रहा था कि वोट भले ही मैंने उनको दिया है, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ ये लोग जीत जाएं. और लग भी रहा था इस बार बहुत अच्छा खेला इन लोगों ने. भाई जाके MVP को वोट कर दो. अच्छा आप ही को ही वोट करना. तो जी सब ने उसी को किया होगा डेफिनेटली. देखा 49% वोट. अच्छा आप ही भले ही कैसा भी खेला हो. 10 करोड़ सारी पुश्तें बैठ कर खाएगी इतने पैसा, तो इसलिए तो 10 करोड़ दे रहा हो. तो नाचने में क्या है भाई, मैं तो स्कर्ट पहन के नाच दूंगा. 10 करोड़ दो भाई लेकिन पहले. ये जीता जीता पपीता 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 पपीता. 10 करोड़ रुपए चाहिए अपने, बस ज्यादा नहीं. इतना लालच नहीं करते, सिर्फ 10 करोड़. चलो भाई, फाइनली अ न्यू वर्ल्ड मंथली फाइनल्स चैंपियन. स्कर्ट ये ज्यादा हो गया. अरे भाई 10 करोड़ के लिए चलता है इतना. चलो ये
overall, it just seems like Zeta Division are the teams to beat here in our upcoming region.
कौन इंटरेस्टेड है लेग्स गोली की लेग्स में? अरे वही लोग होंगे जो मेरे को सच में चीयर लीडर बनाने की सोच रहे होंगे, वही लोग इंटरेस्टेड होंगे. आपको अगर सच में टीम ज्वाइन करनी बुलाए जीटा की तो कौन सी करेंगे, जीटा 1 या जीटा 0? वो जीटा 0, क्योंकि जीटा 1 ऑलरेडी वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड टीम है फिलहाल के लिए, बैलेंस टीम है, उसमें जाके बैलेंस नहीं बिगाड़ना है. लेकिन जीटा 0 जो है वो थोड़ा एग्रेसिव नहीं है, थोड़ा उसको आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है. तो यस, आई विल गो इनटू द जीटा 0 इफ आई वांटेड टू.
Just absolutely ignores everything going on down the right hand side, sees an opportunity, seizes it, runs straight down the left hand side to the offensive zone, captures it by 1%. 1% differentiation at the end of the game in this one. Massive play from him, great decision making, and we saw that a lot from 3RG today. Some wonderful decision making. Sometimes it paid off, sometimes it didn't, but risks you need to take to be able to beat a team like Zeta.
Yeah, and they came so close to doing so. I know we've talked a lot, obviously, about Zeta Division 0, who just won, Zeta Division 1, who have been the kings, at least for the first 2 months.
आई मोबाइल ऑन करो और खेलो.
3RG did a great job, too. I think that was an excellent
क्या ही खेलेंगे अब.
Great season overall. And they're going to be a region that's pushing for a team that's pushing super.
अभी जाएंगे. कितने बजे? 12:30 से स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट कर रही थी. कितना टाइम हो गया? 4 घंटे 15 मिनट के ऊपर हो चुके हैं.
Things off. Zeta Division 0 versus Zeta Division 1. This is huge standings ready. How do you feel going into future months after seeing how this one played out?
Look, I'm actually very optimistic for Zeta Division 1, especially for next month in the MSI, because did they go down to Zeta Division 0? Yes. What does that mean? That means that they do have room for improvement, and I think that they can watch things back and know very clearly.
मेरी आईडी. मेरी आईडी.
Best representation of the East Asian region at MSI. I think that this is honestly not a bad situation for them. I think it's just evidence that they know very acutely what they need to do to prepare for the MSI, and it makes me very hopeful. It makes me very excited for representation of this region at MSI.
Yeah, I definitely think Zeta Division 1 is a great representative for the world. I think they have a really good chance at it still. Trav, we were so close, but 1 game away, but we just couldn't bring it home. I'm not too upset. How do you feel about the predictions overall today?
I mean, I don't think we can complain. That would have been my first flawless prediction as well. So close, yet so far. Last one, Zeta 1 clearly letting us down in the final game against Zeta 0. But honestly, it's fine. I'm happy with how the day played out. They provided some great games, and you know, who cares about that final prediction? I got my pin anyway.
You go, brother. Hope everybody at home got theirs too. And if you didn't, still a couple more opportunities this month.
चलो जाते हैं अभी. आप लोग मजे करिए. अभी इस स्ट्रीम के लिए इतना ही. रात में शायद हम खेलेंगे वैलोरेंट. मैं अपडेट के लिए चेक कर लेता हूँ, कोई अपडेट ना आया हो तो. वैलोरेंट भी अपडेट कर रही हैं हम. तब तक के लिए नमस्कार, सत श्री अकाल. मिलते हैं अगली स्ट्रीम में. सब लोग का आखिरी गलत हो गया. कहते तो भाई जीटा डिवीजन 1 ऑलरेडी जीतते ही आ रही थी ना. दोनों ही मंथली फाइनल्स अभी तक के उनने जीते थे, सबको लग रहा था. ऊपर से दोनों ही मंथली फाइनल जो उनने जीते थे, उनने ऑलरेडी जीटा डिवीजन 1 को 0 को हरा के ही आए थे वो लोग. लग रहा था सबको जी हाँ एक और बार हरा देगी, कौन सी बड़ी बात है. जियो ने प्रूव कर दिया इस बार. यस, वेल डन एंड गुड कमबैक. अब देखते हैं आइडिया करते हैं लोग। चलो तो फिर जाते हैं, हम फिर मिलेंगे कुछ घंटों के बाद, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इन 3 hours from now we'll be playing again but another game. Till then, bye bye, take care and peace out and pizza out, पिज्जा जाके खा लियो और सो जाइयो। Bye bye and have fun.